beloved faculty, dear students, and our wonderful GIIMS family. At exactly this beautiful hour of 4:18 p.m., when the day is still young and the energy is just building up, we have gathered here for something truly special. Today is not just another day on the calendar. Today is a celebration of a journey where dream found direction, where efforts turned into achievements, and where vision transformed into reality. From classrooms to careers, from ideas to innovation, from aspirations to achievements. Today, we proudly celebrate the 11 remarkable years of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies. So, sit back and enjoy every second and be a part of this proud journey, because this evening is going to be a roller coaster of energy, entertainment, emotions, and excellence. Once again, I extend a hearty welcome to each one of you present here to be a part of this grand celebration, the 11th anniversary celebration of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies, where legacy continues and future begins. They say a journey of 1,000 miles start or begin with a single step, a step taken in 2015. Today, as we celebrate this remarkable milestone, we take a moment to reflect on the journey of passion, resilience, and consistent growth. So, may I invite each one of you to turn your attention to the screen and let's have a look at the 11 remarkable years of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies. Please play the video. truly moving tribute to 11 years of excellence. So that was the GIIMS story. GIIMS does not create professionals, it creates leaders. On that note, to grace this auspicious occasion, may I now invite our esteemed dignitaries onto the dais. It is our immense honor to have with us Dr. Gary Jacobs. Dr. Gary Jacobs is the President and CEO of the World Academy of Art and Science, CEO of the World University Consortium, California, USA, Chairman of GIIMS, and also serves as the Vice President of the Mother Service Society. An internationally acclaimed author, researcher, and thought leader, his works span across education, economic development, and global governance. For us at GIIMS, he is more than a global leader. He is a mentor. His guidance, vision, and constant encouragement have played a vital role in shaping this institution and inspiring us to strive for excellence. Sir, we truly honor to have you today with us. I invite you to the dais. On behalf of entire GIIMS family, I extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Gary Jacobs. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to welcome the thriving force behind GIIMS, Mr. S.S. Srijit, the founder and Chief Executive Officer of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies. A visionary leader whose passion and determination have transformed a dream into a thriving institution. He serves as the Managing Director of Conscious Management Institute Private Limited, is an elected Fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science, and the Director of World University Consortium, California, USA. But beyond all achievements, he is a leader who inspires every individual at GIIMS to dream bigger and to achieve more. A hearty welcome to you, sir. We're truly proud to have Mr. S.S. Srijit, the Chief Executive Officer of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Janani Ramanathan, Secretary General of World Academy of Art and Science, Director of World University Consortium, and member of Advisory Board of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies. Ms. Janani Ramanathan is a research associate at the Mother Service Society, Pondicherry, and assistant editor of the CADMUS Journal. She works with practitioners, policymakers, and academic researchers in the field of social science, humanities, and natural science. So very hearty welcome to you, Ms. Janani Ramanathan. It's my honor to introduce our next distinguished guest, Professor S. Ganeshan, the Head of Education Initiatives at the Logistics Sector Skill Council. Professor S. Ganeshan, a distinguished academic and respected thought leader in the field of logistics and education. As an esteemed member of the GIIMS Advisory Board, he has been instrumental in offering valuable guidance, strategic insights, and academic leadership to strengthen our initiatives. A hearty welcome to you, sir. And now it's my honor to welcome the next esteemed member of our GIIMS family, Ms. Rini George, Director of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies, Kochi. Her ability to connect with industry leaders and create valuable opportunities has significantly strengthened the institution's presence and growth. Hearty welcome to you, Rini, ma'am. Continuing with the introductions, it's my privilege to invite another inspiring personality onto the stage. I invite Ms. Haripriya Umadevan, Dean and Head of the Department at GIIMS, a dedicated leader and a constant source of guidance. Her leadership reflects a perfect blend of vision and dedication with a student-centered approach at its core, consistently placing students at the heart of every initiative. Ma'am, we're delighted to have you with us today. I invite Ms. Haripriya Umadevan, Dean and HOD, to the dais. Thank you, dignitaries. To invoke divine blessing and to set a serene tone for the evening, I request everyone to kindly rise for a moment of silent prayer. Thank you all. Please be seated. Moving forward, I now invite Mr. S.S. Srijit, founder and CEO of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies, to deliver the welcome address and to share the milestones that have shaped the institution over the years. Sir, we'll look forward to your words.
Good evening to all of you. It is with great confidence and gratitude that I stand before you to mark a milestone that we all share in different ways. The 11th anniversary of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies, GIIMS Cochin. On April 24, 2015, we began a journey with a simple belief that excellence in logistics and supply chain management can be a force for progress when paired with experiential learning, practical exposure, and an unwavering commitment for sincere service to student community. Today, as we celebrate this anniversary, we reflect on what we have built together and look ahead to a future we will shape together. Over the past 11 years, GIIMS has grown from a bold idea into a premier institution in the field of logistics and supply chain management. We have trained and mentored more than 5,000 alumni who carry with them the credentials, discipline, and value-based mindset that this field demands. We have formed more than 650 company associations that connect students with the real-world internships and placements, enabling hands-on experience that complements classroom learning. We have established a strong footprint with 3 supportive campuses in Cochin, Trivandrum, and Pondicherry, and we operate 4 extension centers in Palakkad, Perumbavoor, Kanyakumari, and Kodamangalam that extend our reach into diverse learning communities. With this, we have created an ecosystem to train 1,000 students in a year, which started happening from 2025. We are supported by a committed team of over 100 staff members in these 3 centers, who share a common goal to translate theory into practice and potential into impact. This progress would not have been possible without the trust and collaboration of many individuals and organizations. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our faculty and training professionals whose dedication in teaching, mentoring, and continuous improvement forms the bedrock of GIIMS. I'm grateful to our industry partners and MNCs whose willingness to engage with students through internships, live projects, guest lectures, and recruitment has given our learners a window into the realities of global logistics. I also acknowledge the leadership and support of our governance and advisory bodies, whose guidance has kept us aligned with evolving industry needs and regulatory standards. This impact of our work extends beyond a single sector or region. Our alumni from 9 different states of India have secured placements across 15 nations, contributing to logistics operations with leading multinational companies and organizations. This international reach reflects not only the sincerity of our team efforts and a quality service, but also the universal language of logistics, a field where precision, collaboration, and adaptability transcend borders. It also reinforces the responsibility we carry to prepare our learners for a globalized economy where supply chains are increasingly complex and interconnected. Our collaborations have grown thoughtfully in scope and depth. We are proud of our association with the World University Consortium of the United States, especially with its leader, Dr. Gary Jacobs, who is the president and CEO of prestigious World Academy of Art and Science, also the parent institution of World University Consortium. WC is a network that expands opportunities for joint research, pedagogy, and curriculum setting, and international faculty exposure for our students. I would also like to appreciate the efforts of Janani Ramanathan, Secretary General of World Academy of Art and Science and Director of World University Consortium, for her consistent support and guidance. We also work closely with the Logistics Sector Skill Council, promoted by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship in India, and its leaders, Professor Ganeshan Shivapunyam and Dr. Gayatri Harish, are ensuring that our curriculum remains aligned with the national skill standards and the practical competencies demanded by the industry. These partnerships are not mere affiliations, they are avenues of our students to learn, compete, and contribute on a larger stage. As we celebrate this anniversary, we also reaffirm our mission to deliver an integral, industry-relevant education that equips our learners with more than technical know-how. We aim to cultivate ethical leadership, critical thinking, procedural discipline, and a resilient mindset. These are qualities essential for navigating the uncertainties of modern supply chains. We commit to continuing to blend classroom instruction with experiential learning, to expand opportunities for internships and live projects, and to strengthen our placement outcomes so that every student has a pathway to meaningful career growth. Looking ahead, there are several strategic priorities that will guide GIIMS in the coming years. We will broaden our internship networks and project-based learning with more global and regional partners, ensuring students gain exposure to diverse supply chain configurations, from manufacturing hubs to last-mile logistics ecosystems. We will also increase capstone projects, real-time simulations, and interactive case studies that mirror current challenges such as demand volatility, resilience planning, sustainability considerations, and digital transformation, including data-driven decision-making and automation. We plan to extend our national reach to Calicut and Hyderabad in the coming years, and our international collaboration and a center in Dubai. This is to mobilize student exchange experiences and facilitate research partnerships that bring best practices in logistics and management to our classrooms. In future, we will also offer targeted upskilling programs, certification tracks, and alumni learning opportunities that align with evolving industry standards and emerging technologies. We intend to support inclusive access to quality education, partner with institutions, communities, and individuals, and will take classrooms to the society. Our 10 series of discussion forums are indicators of our social commitments. We strongly believe that short-term solution to the world problems can come through dialogues and discussions, and long-term and sustainable solutions can be reached only through value-based education. Serving society through education is not only our vision statement written in our logo, but also a promise and commitment of us to society at large. To our students and alumni, I want to say you are the core of GIIMS. Your curiosity, your willingness to learn, and your drive to apply what you learn in meaningful ways are what make this institution unique. Your successes, from internships to placements and to entrepreneurship across continents, are a testament to the power of opportunity combined with efforts. Take pride in your achievements and remember that your growth is the only measure of our collective success. To our faculty and staff, thank you for your daily commitment of excellence. The work you do designing curricula, mentoring students, conducting research, and ensuring quality shapes not only individual careers, but also the evolving landscape of logistics and supply chain management. Your professionalism, adaptability, and compassion define the GIIMS future and GIIMS culture. To our partners and supporters, thanks to Mr. Matthew and Mr. Tom, your trust and cooperation fuel our progress. We do not take your involvement for granted. Your input helps us stay relevant, our programs stay rigorous, and our students stay competitive. We look for deeper collaboration as we pursue shared goals for a more efficient, resilient, and ethical global supply chain. As we commemorate this anniversary, let us also acknowledge the responsibilities that come with leadership in education and industry. The world of logistics is undergoing rapid change, driven by technology, data, and growing emphasis on sustainability and governance. We must prepare our learners not only to manage processes, but also to lead with integrity, to question assumptions, and to implement solutions that are safe and fair. We have great responsibilities coming up in future to fulfill the logistics fraternity. On a personal note, I am grateful for the trust you have placed, all of you have placed in GIIMS. This institution started with a vision of integrating knowledge with practice, and it remains our guiding principle. We will continue to listen, adapt, and improve so that every student who passes through our doors leaves with not only a degree or a diploma, but also a clear sense of purpose and a practical path to contribute to the world of logistics and the society they represent. Finally, I invite each one of you to participate in our ongoing journey, engage with our programs, contribute to your ideas, mentor a student, or collaborate on a research or industry project. Together, we can accelerate progress and set new benchmarks for excellence in logistics and supply chain management education. May I take this opportunity to welcome one and all present here, Dr. Gary Jacobs and Janani Ramanathan representing World University Consortium, my partners Matthew and Tom, our LSE Associates, Professor Ganeshan and Dr. Gayatri Harish, Directors and Deans of GIIMS Cochin, Trivandrum and Pondicherry, Rini George, Haripriya Umadevan, Binu A, Shweta Rankan, guest faculty members, company representatives, panelists for today's discussions, Dr. K.N. Raghavan, Dr. Mohan Varghese, Dr. D. Dhanuraj, Mr. Sijo Louis, Ms. Gidu Shivakumar, Deepak Rajan, performing artists of our cultural programs, my dear GIIMS staff team, students and media associates. Welcome to the 11th anniversary celebrations of GIIMS. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Srijit sir, for that inspiring look back at our evolution and also for steering the ship GIIMS with such dedication. We now move on to hear from a distinguished global leader and a guiding light of GIIMS. I invite Dr. Gary Jacobs to come forward and to address the gathering. Welcome, sir.
Over the last 11 years, I have stood before a podium like this and addressed many groups of GIIMS students and faculty and partners and guests. But I'd like to explain, perhaps more than I ever have before, why I feel that the work I've been involved with here the last 11 years is one of the most important tasks that I've undertaken, most rewarding tasks I've undertaken during my career. And I think if I explain to you why I say that, it might help you to understand what I consider so special about the work that GIIMS is doing and about the promise it has for India. Very briefly, as a sketch, I graduated in the late 60s from one of the top universities in the United States at a time of very rapid change in the US and in global society. And I came away with a great sense of disappointment that though I was exposed to very high-level academic knowledge and professionals, I did not at all feel that I was equipped to understand and adapt to the complexities of the world that were going on at that time. And I spent 2 years wondering what I should do in order to learn what I haven't learned and in order to find my place. And I made a decision then, my wife and I made a decision in the early 70s to come to India and see what it's like in a completely different country on the other apparently side of the world and see what we could learn there. And I've learned so much since coming here. And one of the first things I realized was that education is perhaps the greatest institution that human beings have developed over the last 1,000 years. And I say that because it is the institution that enables humanity to learn by experience, by investigation, by exploration, by mistakes, how we should progress as a world community. And it's also the means by which we pass that on to the next generation so that each generation can move forward and does not have to repeat reinventing the wheel or reinventing and making the same mistakes that have been made in the past so that humanity can progress. And in that sense, education may be the most important, certainly one of the most important things that differentiates human beings from the rest of the animal kingdom on this planet, because other species do not make the progress, do not learn from experience, do not pass it on to their next generations the way we human beings do. And that accounts for the phenomenal role of humanity over the last 100 and 200,000 years, unprecedented for any species on the planet. But I also realized education is so important, there must be a better way to do it. And I spent time in India studying the rapid development of the country during the 70s, the phenomenal experience of rapid change in a very different society, and realized and learned that the educational system that was being offered in India simply was not aligned with the changes that were taking place, the needs of the society, or to prepare the students, the youth of that time, to address and quickly adapt to what this country needed, no longer having been for 2 centuries under British rule or going through other phases. How could education be adapted? And we began in Pondicherry research on how the system could change, and we learned much. But we found it very difficult to make an entry anywhere, to find institutions that would recognize the importance of a change. Now, if I jump forward to 2014, I'm talking about maybe 40 years later, I was elected as the CEO of the World Academy of Art and Science, which has been mentioned to me, and that group of distinguished intellectuals from many countries around the world that was founded much earlier came to the same conclusion that the educational system, whether it's in the US, whether it's in the top universities, or whether it's in India, or whether it's anywhere else, and these were people from all over, fine universities, concluded it's not good enough. It's not enough. We have to change it. And at a meeting in the United Nations in Geneva in June 2013, Janani Ramanathan represented our work at an international conference with diplomats from around the world and proposed we must do something. And within the next year, we established a sister or a baby organization we called World University Consortium to work with the Academy and find out what could we do and how could it be done. And that's where my story with GIIMS comes. I knew Srijit. I met him. He was a student of mine on business management some 10 years earlier. And he came to me one day and he said, I want some help. You're doing something on education globally. He has started a new institution. Can you help? And I said, I don't know how much I can help, but I can tell you how much I want to help. Because this is what I've been looking for, an opportunity to show how education can change, to show how it can be more meaningful. And it's not like I or my colleagues had all the answers. We had all the determination and conviction that we need answers, and we need to find out how to do it differently. And I'll mention a few of the steps we went through and how it impacted on the work of GIIMS. The first was, we are members. We had 600 members from around the world in all fields, all disciplines, all fields of science and social sciences and professions and other ways of life in business and other things. Well, one of the things we agreed was our education had all been in very narrow areas, which we call academic silos. But the world we're living in doesn't exist in silos. Anymore, if you go to the moon or go on a satellite and look at the pictures of the Earth, you don't see a planet divided into so many properties belonging to different people in different nations. You see a whole. And life is that. Life is that great vision that the first photos from the moon showed us, that Earth is a single whole. And when we divide it up into tiny compartments and get expertise in these things, we not only acquire a great knowledge, but in a sense, we acquire a great ignorance, because we start thinking more and more of each field, each specialized field, as if it's separate and independent from all the others. And having spent a year in medical school before I decided that that wasn't the occupation I wanted for my life, I learned something very important. That all we studied in the books about the respiratory system and the cardiac system, the circulatory system, the muscular system, the nervous systems, and so forth and so on, the human body wasn't really like that. The human body was one integral organization in which everything was connected with everything else. And if one tiny little element like a thyroid gland or a pancreas or whatever it may be was missing or just a little out of kilt, the whole thing can break down. But that's not the way we learned about life. That's not the way we learned about the world. So we conceived in the World Academy, what we really need is a transdisciplinary education that spends more time looking at the interconnection between all the fields of knowledge we have, the interrelationship between them, and not just more and more super specialization on expertise in smaller, more narrow fields. And this is a great challenge. And I'm talking now 10, 12 years ago, but imagine today, with the rapid multiplication of knowledge in the world, who could become an expert in any one field? About 200 years ago, there were 5 or 10 disciplines taught in universities. In 2014, there were about 100 taught in the US. Now it's more than 1,000. Within the main disciplines, the subdivision, because we have so much more information than we had before. And so it's natural that people would become more and more specialized. But how do we put it all together? And when we were studying in the academy, which is what we've been doing for decades, how the world is functioning, we find most of our problems are in the interspace between the disciplines. And just to give you one obvious example, because it's dramatic, for 200 years we had a science of economics that was completely unrelated to environment. We had formulas, we had our macroeconomics, our microeconomics, we had everything. But we were looking at economics as an abstract system that works and not realizing that it depends entirely on the world in which we live and the environment in which we live. And the prosperity and production of the economy can destroy the environment and the world in which we're living. And how come that's not in our theories? Of course, now it has come to some extent, but took us 200 years to figure out that everything's interconnected. But how true that is of everything else. How true it is of our relationship to law and political science and technology. Today we realize, much more than ever before, a single new technological advance can lead to great breakthroughs in economic development. It can also completely dislocate the way we're functioning in the society. So I'm not going to go, I think the point is clear. So we asked, and I asked Srijit, is there a way that we can make this subject of logistics a transdisciplinary subject that looks at all the dimensions of it. And in fact, when we began to study it, it became obvious that's exactly what logistics is. Logistics is not just the study of particular types of sea freight or land freight or air freight or different sizes of containers and handling of refrigeration and so forth. Logistics is a science of how human beings relate to each other, and activities in every field connect to every other field. And if we can teach that, we'll be teaching the minds of our students not to think in this, I'm a narrow specialist in logistics, but I understand the world in which I live. I understand the interconnectedness and interdependence of everything we're doing, and logistics is related to everything. And we had our biggest breakthrough in 2019 when we really felt we needed some radical change. And it was the time of the World FIFA football tournaments in Russia. And when I came here for a visit, we were seeing signs everywhere about the FIFA World Cup going on and everything. And I say, why in Kerala I'm seeing these signs everywhere? What's going on? No, we're fanatics about football here. And I said, well, then let's start our new class, not talking about the ships and everything. Let's start talking about football. And let's start talking about what it takes in order to put on a world-class facility, bringing millions of people who weren't there over and moving them around the country and bringing all the materials and where you're going to get the food and where you're going to house them and how are you going to move the teams from one place to another. Let's teach logistics as a living experience. And the response was so enthusiastic among our students. Suddenly they thought they understand the language of what logistics is all about. And a few weeks later, we had the heavy floods here in Kerala, and Srijit took the teams out and started looking at the impact of the floods on society and how logistics was so critical for that. And then a few weeks later, Onam came, and they started studying. We started teaching logistics or learning logistics as how it moves so many people, so much merchandise around for particular events at a particular time, and logistics became a living science of society. And from there, GIIMS has taken it and followed it further and further. And I'm only illustrating this as one of the areas. Srijit in his presentation mentioned the importance of values. As a business consultant who has studied some of the most successful companies in the world over the last 100 years, one of the findings and convictions I came to is success, high achievement, sustained accomplishment is always based on the values of the organization and the implementation of those values. So it has to be part of everything we're doing in our classes, in our logistics, to show values are essential for an institution that's serving the society, that's dealing with human beings, because every company, every activity has to have some positive contribution to the society. And that became integrated into it. But we also realized education is not just to prepare a student to pass an exam and get through a placement process and get a job. Getting the job is only the first step in a career and a life. And how have we equipped the student as an individual, as a person, to understand the importance of how we relate to other people, of our capacity to take responsibility, our capacity to work as members of teams and everything. That has to be as essential as our knowledge of logistics and containers and costs of transport and storage and everything else. And so that became a critical part of the program, the development of the person. And a close colleague of mine, who's now the chairman of the World Academy of Art and Science, an expert with 60 years of experience on person-centered education, a disciple of one of the most famous psychologists of the 20th century, Carl Rogers, who instituted the person-centered approach, came here to teach the faculty, to teach students how we make this education not just about a subject, but about the student. Not just about the student, about the person. The real education that we need, all of us need, is to develop our personality, to develop our understanding, to develop our capacity to adapt to change. And we live in a world today, there's greater change than any time in the history of humanity. And that means we have to have a capacity to adjust and learn and change our behavior, our attitudes, our skills, our knowledge, our aspirations and everything faster. And that's very challenging. It means there are greater opportunities for youth today than ever before, but it also means there are greater challenges for them. And if education is not going to prepare the youth, who is or what is? We depend on that for the future of humanity. So I'm just highlighted a few of the areas we've worked on in trying to develop, experiment, and demonstrate methods that are applicable in every field, and not just in India. They're as relevant in California as they are here, and they can be done at any level in education. And that's why I said when I came up here, I consider my association with GIIMS one of the most important things I have done in my life, but it's just the beginning, because it's not just to make one institution as a model. It's to try, how do we take this to the world? And that's what GIIMS is now doing by transferring it and setting up a center in Trivandrum and now in Pondicherry, working with us on another one. But we want to see it not only go to here, we want to see it to go to all of India. And we're associating with the skill councils to say, we're not just doing this to have a successful institution. We think we have things that we can share with you and will help you transfer this method of education to others around, and it's not just in India. Our vision is that's what India can be doing to the world, because the whole world needs an education that can keep pace with the challenge which we face at this time. So I thank you for the invitation to come here and share with you something of my experience as to why I think this is so important. And I look forward to working with the staff of GIIMS in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, sir, for your valuable words and for setting the perfect tone for this celebration. Thank you. We now move forward to the most sacred and cherished tradition, the lamp lighting ceremony. The lamp lighting ceremony marks the official commencement of the celebrations, a moment where we unite to dispel darkness with the light of knowledge. May I now invite the dignitaries on the dais to please come forward and let us all light the lamp. I invite Mr. S.S. Rigid, CEO GIIMS, and Dr. Gary Jacobs, Chairman of GIIMS, to kindly do the honors of igniting the lamp of auspicious beginning. I invite Professor S. Ganeshan and Ms. Janani Ramanathan to grace the occasion by lighting the lamp. I request Ms. Rini George, Director of GIIMS, and Ms. Haripriya, Dean and HOD of GIIMS, to add light to our collective journey. Ma'am. Let this be a very good start for all the celebrations. As I said, this is going to be a roller coaster of emotions, excitement, entertainment, and energy. 11 years of excellence of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies. Thank you, all our dignitaries. Please be seated. May I now invite our esteemed guest, Professor S. Ganeshan, Head of Education Initiatives at Logistics Sector Skill Council, to address the gathering and to share his valuable thoughts on the inspiring journey of GIIMS. Welcome, sir.
Good evening to everyone and dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Gary Jacobs has already given you the journey of GIIMS so far during the 11 years so far, and I would like to tell you about the journey of GIIMS and LSE together. And looking back, I think we are together for nearly 5 years now. And in these 5 years, we have seen a remarkable development in GIIMS, and then the number of students admitted, number of programs offered, these are all really highly encouraging to everybody, particularly the skill ecosystem in Trivandrum, in Kochi, and other places. And as a journey, it all started on September 22nd, 2021, immediately after the COVID shutdown. It was not fully over, but the threat of COVID was already there, and then we were not venturing out of the places. But whatever we do, we wanted to do only through online meetings, etc. That was the time. On September 22nd, 2021, LSE got a call from Matthew Abraham, the managing partner of GIIMS. This is after 5 years of the existence of GIIMS. GIIMS was collaborating with FICCI for conducting a program called Double It. Right? This was for entrepreneurs and decision makers, senior managers, etc. And FICCI and GIIMS were collaborating for that program. And somebody in FICCI suggested GIIMS to just explore a collaboration with LSE. And that is how Matthew Abraham called, who is that industry person? Our industry, Natarajan. Ramesh. He called Ramesh and then had a discussion about collaboration. The next day itself, September 23rd itself, he sent a mail detailing about GIIMS and then whatever it has been doing, and then expressing GIIMS' desire to collaborate with us. This is how everything was started. And immediately after that, we got about 4 online meetings, one virtual visit to GIIMS campus. We were seeing everything online. And finally, we sent Dr. C. Unnikrishnan Nair, who lives in this place, Kochi, an acknowledged expert in maritime logistics. We requested him, he is our consultant for maritime logistics, head of maritime logistics. So we requested him to visit GIIMS because he is in Kochi itself and then do some due diligence. And he came here, went around and then had a detailed discussion with the GIIMS team and then recommended, yes, LSE, you can go ahead. This has happened in September and September 27th itself. But only on October 18th, Unnikrishnan sir visited GIIMS and then immediately he recommended. In October itself, we had 2 online meetings and in December, we decided about the scope of collaboration. Again, all online meetings. We sent Ramnath, our senior executive in standards team, to GIIMS only to vet the curriculum, and he had given the recommendation. Later, Dr. Gayatri also had seen all these things and embedded the national occupational standards in the curriculum, and finally she approved. And what has happened after that was one more meeting only to decide about the MOU document and all these things. Finally, on February 1st, we signed a collaboration. And then there was no going back. From the next year itself, the admission more or less doubled in Kochi, and then in Trivandrum also it was started. The accounts was started in Trivandrum, and I am really happy today that Trivandrum has admitted a really good number of candidates, nearly 100 and 100 plus. And GIIMS is also very positively thinking about or working on starting one more campus in Kozhikode. And already another institution by the name CIIMS had been started in Pondicherry, and with which we readily agreed to collaborate, and then we extended this collaboration to Pondicherry Institute also. And this is how it is. And then this is a 4 months intensive discussions about collaboration. Finally, LSE agreed. For LSE also, it was a kind of path-breaking decision to collaborate with GIIMS, which is not on the mainstream of skill ecosystem, or it is not on the mainstream of higher education system also. It's an institute. It's an institute, and then helping the trainees or youth to get developed in logistics and then place them in logistics industries, both in India and abroad also. Never we had collaborated with such institution, because all of our collaborations are really kind of boxes. We have qualification packages, we have many other documents, job roles, etc. And all our training partners have to do only that. They cannot deviate from that. And similarly, educational institutions. For educational institutions also, you have to believe us, the entire curriculum had been given by LSE and there is no deviation that they can take. So these are all boxes. And then somewhere we also thought that what we are doing is really not that much right, and we need to allow the homegrown institutions which are also doing better. And that is how when GIIMS came, GIIMS was introduced to us by Vicky, and then we also moved very close with them. We decided that yes, we need to do. I said path breaking only because here the curriculum is not given by us. Curriculum is only vetted by LSE, and we see that the curriculum has enough skill component so that it qualifies as a skill program. And I think that our decision at that time was really right, and we look forward to have many more such institutions in the staple of LSE, but we are very, very cautiously treading. We are not signing any agreement unless they prove themselves on a par with GIIMS. I would like to tell you that so far we have not seen any such institutions and we have not signed any agreement also. So this is about our relationship with GIIMS, and one thing I have to tell you is both the alumni and alumnus and the current students. I would like to tell you that GIIMS is one institution which is focusing on quality, whatever that they do, in terms of the curriculum setting and whatever they do, and in terms of developing the students. I have been many times telling that this is more than like a college. Only in a college we see many cultural programs, sports, and then other things, etc. Industry visits, everything. Whereas in an institute like this, when you see all these things, I was really awestruck. How come this institute is doing all these things? So this is more than such an institution. On the one hand, they also create lot of opportunities for the trainees after they complete the training program to get employed in top of the line companies. The second thing is they are also very much particular about the curriculum, very much particular about the pedagogy, the teacher quality, trainers quality, etc. So these are all certain things which we are not able to see in any other training center so far. And that is why I think that at least for the next 1 decade, we will have only one GIIMS and no other institution will be parallel to that. And all the best to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this occasion with your presence, and thank you for sharing your beautiful memories with GIIMS. May I kindly request all the dignitaries on the stage to please take your seats in the designated area of the stage. To recap a year of transformative growth, I now invite Ms. Rini George, Director of GIIMS, to revisit the Leadership in Action series and share its most inspiring moments with us.
Good evening, everyone. A heartfelt welcome to each one of you and our esteemed panelists. To celebrate 10 years of GIIMS, we launched Leadership in Action, 10 engaging discussions designed to inspire future-ready leadership. What makes this journey even more meaningful is the experience itself. Every time we see the panel come together and listen to the depth of insights shared, it feels deeply fulfilling. From the very inception, deciding on the right themes, to curating panels and bringing each session to life, an immense amount of thought, effort, and dedication has gone in from our team. Over the past year, we have successfully completed 8 episodes, with 2 more taking place today. With today's session, we will have hosted a total of 43 dynamic speakers, a truly remarkable milestone, isn't it? The journey has gone beyond conversations. It's about ideas that shape nations, values that build character, and leadership that will define the future. We began with episode 1, Shaping Tomorrow's Cities, where the vision of sustainable and resilient urban spaces came alive through the insights of leaders who have governed cities and systems. Advocate Baiju Thitala, M. Anil Kumar, and Dr. K.N. Raghavan reminded us that cities truly grow when leadership is guided by the vision and the deep sense of responsibility. In episode 2, Value-Based Education, a Path to Ethical and Quality Growth, the conversation reinforced that education extends beyond the transfer of knowledge. It is fundamentally about shaping character and values. The panelists who collectively emphasized those ethical foundations must remain at the heart of education and national building. Episode 3, Emergence of Kerala as Maritime and Logistics Hub, highlighted the significance of global growth. Episode 4, Operation Sindoor, the narrative, deeply human, one of courage, sacrifice, and strategic leadership. Moderated by distinguished former senior official, the session brought together eminent voices with rich experience in diplomacy and defense. Reminded us that true leadership demands resilience in the face of uncertainty. Episode 5, Logistics, its scope and opportunities, brought industry insights to the forefront. Moderated by seasonal professional, the session convened senior leaders from across logistics, port, and freight ecosystem to explore emerging pathways, expanding possibilities, and the growth relevance of purpose-driven carriers in the sector. At this point, I must pause for a moment, not just to reflect on these sessions, but on the journey behind them. What you see on this stage is the outcome of countless hours of thoughts, collaboration, and commitment from our team. Every session came with its own challenges, aligning speakers, shaping conversation, and ensuring each discussion added real value. But what kept us going was the experience itself, the energy in the room, the curiosity of the audience, and the depth of conversation that unfolded. And perhaps that's what was inspiring us, not stopping at 5, but pushing ahead to create 5 more meaningful episodes, each one built on the last, each one stronger in purpose and impact. With episode 6, Creating Future Leaders, Freedom with Restriction, the session explored a compelling debate on leadership and learning. Our panel brought this debate alive by asking a powerful question. Do great leaders emerge from freedom or creativity, or is it from structure and discipline? With episode 7, Developed India 2047, Aspiration, Challenges and Choices, hosted at Hyatt Trivandrum, this powerful conversation brought together an eminent voices. The discussion examined India's long-term development vision, addressing the aspiration of rising nation, the challenges that lie ahead, the leadership choices required to build a strong, inclusive, and future-ready by 2047. In episode 8, Assembly Election 2026, Political Mind of Kerala, held on April 6th, we had a timely and powerful discussion exploring Kerala's evolving voter mindset, just day ahead of the Assembly election on April 9th. As this journey continues, leadership in action stands as a powerful testament to what happens when ideas are challenged, perspectives are shared, and leadership is lived, not just discussed. As we look forward for episode 9 and 10 today, we also mark the conclusion of season 1, or say session 1. with a sense of achievement and purpose guided by the vision of our CEO, S.S. Srijat. With renewed energy and deeper intent, we look ahead in launching more season in the coming days to continue this momentum of insight, dialogue, and transformation. At this moment, I warmly welcome all of our esteemed panelists for episode 9 and 10. And now, let's begin episode 9. Thank you. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you, Ms. Rini, for beautifully capturing the essence of our leadership series. As you're aware, we have two insightful panel discussions lined up for today. We now move forward with an exciting and thought-provoking segment of today's event, panel discussion, Leadership in Action, episode 9. In this episode, we delve into a critical topic, artificial intelligence in future education. It's my privilege to introduce our esteemed panelist, Dr. Gary Jacobs. Dr. Gary Jacobs is an internationally renowned writer, social thinker, researcher, and consultant with expertise in business management, economic and social development, and global governance. He is the president and CEO of the World Academy of Art and Science, CEO of the World University Consortium, Vice President of the Mother Service Society. He is widely respected for the global contributions to thought leadership, policy research, and human development initiatives. We are truly honored to have Dr. Gary Jacobs with us. Please welcome, sir. Moving ahead, it's my privilege to invite Mr. Sijo Lewis. He's an entrepreneur, technology leader, and the founder and CEO of Innonor IT Ventures Private Limited, a Kerala-based company focused on intelligent systems and ethical artificial intelligence solutions. With a strong background in IT industry and prior experience with leading global organizations, he has been instrumental in building innovative AI-driven platforms such as Lemur.ai, designed to deliver intelligent and customized business solutions. Under his leadership, Innonor has gained recognition through prestigious global programs such as the Stanford Seed Spark Initiative and the Microsoft for Startups Founders Hub, highlighting his contributions to innovation and ethical AI development. We are truly honored to have him as part of this panel discussion today. Welcome, Mr. Sijo Lewis. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Janani Ramanathan, Secretary General of World Academy of Art and Science, Director of World University Consortium, and member of Advisory Board of GIIMS. Ms. Janani Ramanathan is a research associate at the Mother Service Society, Pondicherry. She works with practitioners, policymakers, and academic researchers in the field of social science, humanities, and natural science. Ms. Janani Ramanathan, with over 2 decades of experience in transdisciplinary education research, has authored a book and several articles using the creative arts to advance understanding of social development and sustainable transformation. Welcome, Ms. Janani Ramanathan. May I now invite Ms. Geetu Shivakumar, the esteemed chair of today's panel discussion. She is a dynamic entrepreneur and the founder and CEO of PACE, an IT company driven by innovation and strong technological expertise. A passionate innovator, she has been instrumental in building impactful digital solutions and has grown her venture into multiple international markets with strong contribution to the startup ecosystem. We are truly honored to have her as part of this panel discussion today. Her recognition also include the Google Hall of Fame and the UN Women Hall of Fame for her contributions. We are truly honored to have her with us today. Welcome Ms. Geetu Shivakumar to the dais. Let's give a huge round of applause to Ms. Geetu Shivakumar. May I now hand over the session to Ms. Geetu Shivakumar.
Good evening to one and all. Today I'm very honored to be part of this panel, moderating the session on AI in future education. So technology is fast progressing these days, and one of the latest developments that have come up in the field of technology is on the field of artificial intelligence. I think even in the area of literature and movies, from 1980s or 1990s, we have been having science fiction movies where man is going to moon and other planets. We are having conversations with aliens. Robots are developing consciousness. They are starting to think like humans. But actually, a practical development in artificial intelligence has come into human lives only very recently, probably by the evolution of OpenAI and its ChatGPT being launched into the public. So this is an era where it has become an integral part of our lives. So my first question is to Jenny ma'am. AI has become integral part of public life these days, and people are regularly using it. So on the ground level, when we see, there are a lot of core issues that the public faces, and a lot of issues that could make the lives of people very much more easier. So what are the areas you think that AI could make the lives of people easier, and it could actually solve practically the problems that the society is facing?
Thank you. Good evening, and very happy to be here. It's a privilege, it's an honor to be here with all of you. I believe there is nobody here in this room who is not using AI in some form or the other. Whether we are conscious of it or not, we are all using it. I would like to focus on education and the educational needs that can be met by AI. To start with a little bit of history, and please tell me when I exceed my time, okay? The year 2012 was declared as the year of the massive open online courses, or MOOCs as they were abbreviated at that time. These were courses that were available to everybody. It started very organically, very spontaneously. Some professors in Harvard University and Stanford and MIT, they just simply put up their lecture notes online, and they found a lot of interest in that. And with the increase in high-speed internet connection all over the world, they also started to upload the recordings of their classroom lectures. And to their surprise, actually, they admitted that they were surprised that there were students, youngsters, professionals from all over the world, Albania and Mongolia and Brazil and of course India, watching all those lectures of what was going on in the Harvard University classrooms. And so they decided that, okay, why not have some test, multiple choice questions, and we can automate the correction so it is easier, it is not very laborious. And give a certificate, a digital certificate if they clear the exam. And they found tens of thousands of students were enrolling in these courses. This was unexpected, and this led to Coursera and edX and so many of these online portals. And the next year in 2013, as Gary Jacobs mentioned in his speech, we went to the United Nations in Geneva, some of us from the World Academy of Art and Science, and raised this question. If you were to provide world-class education, accessible, affordable, active, to everybody, everywhere in the world, how would you do it? Can we do it? And we made the case that online education, education powered by internet and communication technology, ICT, can do this. And today, when this is powered by artificial intelligence, the case becomes even stronger. And just take the case of India, the quantitative need, of course, there is the question of quality, there are other issues, but simply focusing on the quantitative need that is there in the country, it is not possible to meet this need without ICT and now without AI. I'm talking about higher education, tertiary level, our gross enrollment ratio is around 28%. And the government has set as its goal 50% enrollment by 2035. If we are to achieve this, experts tell us that we will need to open some 1,200 to 1,500 new universities in the country, double what we have today. And currently, on an average in India, we are opening roughly 60 universities annually. So that means in the next 10 years, we will have to double this. Every year, we'll have to be opening some 120 universities at the minimum. Now, how could we do that? We can find the space, we can build the classrooms and equip them and find the funding for it. How do we find the educators? When, as it is, more than 50% of the faculty positions in our leading central universities stay vacant. So, this quantitative need can be met only by leaning heavily on artificial intelligence powered education.
Do you think AI can actually be replacing educators up to a certain extent where the quantitative requirement is very high?
This is yes and no, in the sense replacement is a word that makes us all uncomfortable.
Yeah.
No, we don't want to be replaced. We don't want humans to replace, and I'm not even talking about AI in the case of small children, kindergarten, primary school.
But in higher education.
In higher education, the model that has been successful is hybrid. So we don't replace the teacher. No, we need the humans. We can assist the teacher. If I were to speak to everybody here without the mic, I would not be heard beyond the first row, or maybe even there they wouldn't be able to hear me. This is the tool that helps me reach this entire room, and using Zoom and all, we all reach the entire world. I believe if we use AI like that, we will be able to scale up the education and meet the quantitative needs.
Okay, thank you. Sijo, while talking, we were discussing that you have been into the AI space for more than 10 years. So I imagine that should be before ChatGPT, you must have got into AI. So how the journey was like, and when ChatGPT just disrupted the world on a very large scale with the kind of data they got trained and on a level that we could not imagine till that time. How was your AI journey before that and after? And how do you think ChatGPT, OpenAI was able to achieve this kind of a milestone? And what could have been their process?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for inviting me. And excellent context set before the session, so that helps. What I'd like to say is we got into AI in an interesting way. So we started in 2014, and we had this idea of working on a product which is ideally trying to again breach, the need for the company to get a good resource who fit their need, at the same time able to identify also the person, candidate or the future employee, to find an ideal company. So essentially, what the systems used to do then is, or even now to a good extent, is just look at keywords and do a search and see, okay, this person fit the need or not. So essentially what we were trying to do is not look at resume. Resume is essentially just what you have done. It's not what you're capable of, right? So how can we look at it holistically and then as a person and then map to what he or she can do? And we realized sooner than later that without AI this was not possible, right? So that is when we started getting into the AI field. We, of course, I mean, we were in 2015, we were already exploring it, worked on it, we went deep research. We also did a lot of projects for our clients. In the same space, we did learn a lot of real case scenarios in the industry and all of that. But yeah, so it definitely helped us from that perspective to see, understanding how this space is, being there initially. We did get other projects thanks to COVID. We did lose a couple of big projects, but that gave us an opportunity to go back to what we wanted to do, other than the previous product we built. And we actually started building our own model. So you asked about OpenAI. Interestingly, some of the things that OpenAI have eventually done and came out, we have already done the drawings of how we want to layer and all of that. So we were working on our own models, of course, not what we call as LLMs today. This word did not exist. But we could only go at a certain speed for research and hardware constraints and all of that. So in hindsight, when I look back, of course, now we have our own product, but being there much before did give us a unique perspective to how the world is evolving. And now looking at it, we do see a trend on where this is going, and that helps us sort of prepare ahead, right? Where OpenAI is going, I think you partly answered that had that question.
Yeah, how did they manage to achieve to train with so much of data, which is working with so much of accuracy and giving so human-like responses? What is your take on how they managed to achieve that kind of development in not a very huge time?
Okay, so definitely access to the hardware, which is important, and it is not OpenAI really planned to come here. I mean, in the sense, solve this, right? They accidentally found a way while they were working on the models. They accidentally found a way to the model started sort of generating and giving back, and I think it was more of an accident, but then
so it was like during the R&D process they accidentally came across something that evolved into this.
That evolved further, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
So my next question is to Gary sir. So earlier when I was starting the introduction, I have been telling about science fiction movies that came up in 80s and 90s and what it used to show. And right now also I don't think humanity has achieved so much of progress that even Star Wars or the kind of movies that in 90s we were having. So, like there used to be a comparison between human consciousness and artificial intelligence, and I would like to know your take on that. How AI is evolving and how different human consciousness or our intelligence is from that, and if there is a possibility where AI could be better than humans or could be a competition to us or maybe take over the world like in movies. Is it a possibility or what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Gitu. It's a very engaging topic you've asked about, one that I'm quite thinking about. I wonder if we could ask them to turn down the fans because there's so much noise reflecting back. I'm struggling to hear even the speaker next to me. Could we ask the technology people to just turn down the fans at this side because it's bouncing against the wall and difficult to hear.
I think it's the drone.
Oh, it's the drone. No, but I can hear this. Oh, it's the drone. Okay. Technology. We'll blame the technology. Some basic thoughts that I have on AI and consciousness versus human consciousness. AI does not think. And if you ask chat, it will tell you it doesn't think. What it does is it works by what we call statistical analysis. It has the capacity to search an enormous database of information at a very phenomenally rapid rate and look statistically as to whether there are answers that seem to be related to the question or the context in which the discussion is there. In terms of memorization, human beings cannot compete. And recall, human beings cannot compete with AI, and it will only become more so. In terms of the capacity for computation, human beings cannot compete with AI. But in terms of thinking, you know, a lot of what we call thinking is really what AI does. It recalls things from memory and it processes data. And that's not the field in which, that's the drudgery of thinking. That's memorizing and learning and gaining and searching huge databases of information to find out relevant things and looking for statistical associations with them. But the real higher order thinking that humanity is capable of is to see new relationships between things that have never even been recognized before, to forge new associations between things that have not been seen before. And this means that the more, you know, technology in history has always eliminated and removed the drudgery of lower level activity, like plowing the field, or chopping up the food, or washing the clothes by hand, so that human beings could put more of their energy and attention onto higher order, more creative things. I was mentioning in my opening remarks about the importance of transdisciplinarity. And in one sense, I think AI can have an enormous benefit for us. I already see it in our work. Because the problem with our education is we're educated piecemeal into pieces. We are taught things from economic theory or political theory or social theory or physics or chemistry. But AI is not conditioned by disciplinary boundaries. And it can cross all the, it does, just like the photo from the moon doesn't see the boundaries. AI is not educated by structural theoretical blocks that limit it from seeing outside the box. And therefore, I think that AI can immensely help our education to teach and really develop a transdisciplinary education, because we don't have to be spending our whole life memorizing specialized data, which is available to us at beck and call from AI. We can spend more of our time and energy looking at the relationships and interactions and interdependencies. And for me, that's what AI cannot do. That's our future. AI can help us evolve as a species. Not that AI is going to take over for the human species. AI is going to take over, as machines have already taken over, to so much of the grunt work, we used to call it, at the lower levels, so we can put our energy in live, fresh, conscious intelligence to seeing new relationships and creativity. So and that's what machines have been doing all along. It's helping us evolve. And I think AI can have a tremendous impact on us in the future, as long as we don't make the mistake of thinking that it's going to replace human beings.
Okay. Thank you. So connecting to that, I will ask Janani ma'am. As Gary said, as rightly said, that it is helping eliminate all the difficult part of it and helping human beings to things that require higher levels of skills. So a thing that is widely being spread as a fear is about jobs getting replaced, where people who are not that skilled, they are going to be just replaced by machines. So then what happens to people, a majority set of people who are not that intelligent or skilled? So what their future is going to be, and what is it that they can do to keep up in the world where everything is rapidly changing?
There are these phrases that we have been using a good deal earlier: lifelong learning, reskilling. And as I just mentioned at the start, we're all constantly learning right now. So these are not just phrases, but our daily experience, this continuous lifelong learning. In fact, whenever I talk to students, this is what I keep telling them: keep learning always. The learning doesn't end with your textbook at all. So all kinds of formal, informal, non-formal learning is now essential. I believe this is become almost mandatory now. We have to keep reskilling, and among all the things, it has been studied that the one thing that the machine, the AI, cannot do is handle youngsters, handle children, and that as educators is something that we are constantly doing. So as far as education is concerned, I believe there is no question of being replaced by the machine, but it can help our higher order thinking skills, provided we learn how to use it. And so this is where actually we need to pay attention. We need to learn how to use it. That once you do that, because now we are all very close to the action. AI is just come, it is developing every day. There is some headline that we read. But looking back, we will be able to get the perspective that this is one pivotal moment in human history, similar to the invention of the printing press, or the electricity, or telephone, or radio, or computer, or internet. Those who learned to master it, or at the very minimum, learned to use it, are the ones who survived. So I believe if we stay ahead of the curve, learn to use it. One of the fears of AI, fear, or rather we feel it can't do any good, is when we see that it is being used to outsource some of the thinking work. Like for example, in the case of students, a lot of the homework and the assignments are being done using AI. And now children are so smart, they are able to get AI to produce work. It is not easy to tell that it is AI generated. Even the prompts are in such a way that, for example, there are those who give prompts do not use, I think, M dash or hyphen, which is a trademark.
They do not make it sound AI generated, then it does not look that way.
Yes. So this is one reason why we sort of fear the AI. We feel it will reduce our creativity, our thinking. And so one of the important things that we need to do is to learn to use it. Because again, continuing from where, what Gary mentioned about how a lot of the problems can be addressed when we think transdisciplinarily, beyond our silos. Because any problem that you take today, it is continuing, it is not addressed, or it seems to be insoluble, because we are looking at it only from one point of view, from one angle. For example, take the case of, say, refugees and migrants. How many causes are there? War, poverty, unemployment, communal strife, climate change also today. And so anything can be addressed, solved, only if we take a transdisciplinary view. And this is something that AI can teach us. It thinks beyond silos. And so if we learn how to use it, as educators, we will first need to learn and then ensure that the students use it to enhance their skills, to support them and not to replace them. So I believe in a few decades, we will be able to get the perspective. Now we are too close to the action, and so it seems like a disturbance, something, a disruption.
Just the initial stages where it is only setting a pace where it is
yes.
growing.
So once we master it, learn to use it, it will become a tool that we can use to increase our productivity.
So I would like to also talk about something that I read a few days back, that there is something called decision fatigue that most people experience by the end of the day. So every day we have to take so many decisions in our life, like what dress should I wear, even small things like which restaurant should I go today, where should I stop at the traffic light. So by the end of the day, you are so tired that you don't want to take decisions anymore. So Instagram Reels are working in our life, probably based on that particular fatigue, that we don't want to choose anymore what to watch. The algorithm chooses for us what we need to watch, and the algorithm shows us what actually we want to see, and we keep on scrolling endlessly till the time our mind is totally tired to sleep off. So, Siju, I want to discuss with you about decision making and how much people are depending on AI today. Like a lot of people, they are seeing AI as a companion. Many people, their emotional things, they are discussing with AI to decide. Even people are discussing with AI whether I want to die or not, even things of that sort, and it is not giving them right answers. And one of the major reasons is that you also need to train your AI how to react. Otherwise, if you ask any question, it will say what you are saying is right, and set that context and only then brief it. So you can't 100% rely on that for decision making. So what is your take on that, and how much is AI affecting decision making of people today, and is it dangerous, or how can it go in the right way?
Yeah, that's quite an interesting question, and I think there's different perspective to look at it. I think from the Instagram perspective is more to do with also our relationship with human decline, where we started, looking at these devices being more personal, and I think obviously the algorithm is fine-tuned to ensure that you're more hooked to the system, right? And unlike how human we evolved, wherein there's a certain amount of what do you call it, the dopamine that gets released when you get I mean, earlier, for example, you travel to a good place, you enjoy that vacation, you do get you enjoy that. But now the sort of trigger that humans go through is multiple. It's like maybe at least 10 times more than what it used to be earlier. So humans are not exactly wired for that, right? And from so it's easy to get addicted, and when you don't get that addiction, you obviously go back to that again. And something that's natural does not excite you anymore, right? Now coming to the part on the decision making and how people use, yes, there are two ways to look at it. One, of course, AI can be, it's like a double-edged sword. So it can be your good, I would say, if it was learning, then your learning companion, sort of to say, right? But not your assistant to outsource your work, right? Because then you're losing on developing those aspects yourself. Because then AI, when a situation comes that you have to actually handle it, you would not know how to handle it because AI has been doing for you, right? So from a decision point of view, it is important that it's a tool, we can use it in different ways, but understand that beyond a tool, we should not lose the human touch, right? And when I say that, what I also mean is feeding context is good, and yeah, unlike the other AIs that
like every corporate company is trying to make people more and more addicted to them. The same case about Reels or YouTube or even Meta showing, or even that children's show called Cocomelon. They research and make the colors and patterns so that children get so hooked to the screen that they can't take their eyes away. So I think it is the same case. It is the same companies that are developing these products as well. So I guess it is that addictive nature being brought in through some channel or the other.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Yeah, so I think I'm continuing to what you were saying. It is the addictive nature being brought into AI as well.
So there is an algorithm again playing on the human, the way our habits are, and then how do you maximize that to towards a business, I mean, obviously goals, right? So that's obviously one. The other part which you mentioned about the decision making, yeah, I think while it helps with decision making, it should not be like we just give a random prompt or interact with AI and then just take whatever it sort of generates and gives you, because it's trained on a lot of data, so it just sort of gives you. But then human, we usually go with a structured approach to decision making, and I think either the system should be designed as such, which is something which you're working on, Limor, which is to help take decisions in a structured way. But otherwise, yeah, I think we should not straight away go ahead and depend on any of those AI systems.
Gary sir, I heard you saying that you started your early education in the 1960s. So it must have been generations that you have seen without mobile phones, where computers have evolved. And now children are growing up in a stage where they're going into the world of AI directly. And my just previous generation is growing with a smartphone in their hand since the time they are growing up. So every generation is having a difference of its own, depending on the way and the kind of gadgets they are having. So imagine 10 or 15 years from the future, how do you see that children who are growing up with AI, what will be the development in their skills? Will it be higher or will it be lower? And how the future of education is going to be for the children who are growing up in such a generation?
Gitu, it's a wonderful question. If I could, I'd like to touch on the previous questions.
Yeah, sure.
And answer it as part of that.
Okay.
Going back to Janani's first comment about education, you asked, is it replacing teachers?
Yes.
I think it's doing what teachers cannot do. Imagine in a classroom with 30 or even 60 students, a teacher cannot address each student specifically to their needs and at their pace of comprehension, and cannot respond to 60 students raising their hand and saying, having a question, because I didn't understand what you said. But AI can. When we started the World University Consortium, we were thinking of online education, but we realized quite soon that it cannot replace the human being. You can give access and lower the cost, but with AI, only now, the combination of the network delivery with a system that can respond to each student individually according to their language, it can respond to their comprehension, it can stop and go back and answer questions for it. It still doesn't replace the role of the human being, which can inspire and personalize and humanize the information. So I think in all of these questions, there's a role for AI. It doesn't eliminate the role for the human being. It elevates the role for the human being. And you've asked a wonderful question,
Decision making.
About decision making, something we've given a lot of thought to. See, AI is wonderful in making instantaneous, rapid decisions on things that are strictly measured by objective data. The problem is that most of our decisions, it can work in, it certainly handles how a missile flies, and no human being can compete with it. It's quite reliable when you want to go into outer space in terms of getting the direct trajectory right and the fuel and speed and everything else. But when it comes to our life on the planet as individuals, there's always a subjective dimension. And AI is not capable of assessing the subjective dimensions. There's no measurable, and it varies from individual to individual. And therefore, what we really need is, at best, a symbiotic system where AI can collect the vast universe of information that should be available objectively to making an informed decision, but it cannot assess the emotional, attitudinal, value-based aspirations of the individual. But what it can do, it can inquire with the individual to
So I
take
guess
this
right
into
now
account.
people are not having that objectional and subjectional distinction and relying on AI for all of these things in the same way.
I think that's there's a danger of that, and I'd like to end with one more comment, because it's another area that I think is of great seriousness now. We don't realize how much AI is being utilized. The issue is not with AI. The issue is not with technology. The issue is who is using the technology for what purpose. And we don't realize how much we're being manipulated by the technology. It's not the technology that is doing it. It's the use for which it's being used. And I've been involved with some major research that's being done on the influence on children of AI, social media and all. Children don't understand, we as adults don't understand that when we use social media, it's programmed to create, to magnify the areas of our interest, which means also magnify the areas of our bias. It's not programmed, and it's not that it cannot be, it is not being programmed to present to us the whole facts. What's happening in the world politically today, and it's very serious, and as an American, it's a very serious. Americans don't understand that they're getting biased information that's fragmentation and polarizing the society. Because if they go to a particular type of news because they're interested in it, they'll hear more and more and more and more of that extreme and never hear the other. And research has been done on, if you see the extremes in American politics, the people who are listening to the liberal news never hear the other side, and the ones on the other side never hear the other point of view. AI can be programmed to answer in such a way that we get a rounded, full point of view, but that's not the way it's being used. And the result is we're being colonized. The phrase of one of my colleagues is, the human mind is being colonized without knowing it. We think it's our opinion. We think it's our freedom. We can access data whenever we want it. It's being used in Russia to polarize people. It's being used all over. And when it gets into politics or when it gets into commerce and everything, it can be quite dangerous. It's not the AI that's dangerous. It's the need for governance of it, and its need to educate our youth to understand that if they really want to know the facts, they have to ask the right question, or they have to use a source that's programmed to really give them the object, not just reinforce my bias, not just reinforce my opinion, but educate me as to the whole reality.
Okay, my question, coming back to my question, what life is going to look like for a kid that is growing up in this era?
I think if our education can catch up with our technology, a problem we have now in every area, whether it's work or occupation, whatever it is, we're not able to keep pace. Socially, we're not able to keep pace with the speed of technology. If our educational system can catch up to the implications of it, as Janani mentioned, lifelong education, the idea of education as something we do and then we spend our whole life in a career, that's because there wasn't that much to learn, and it didn't change that often. We have to have an educational system that's continuing through life because the changes are so much. It has to be part of our career to be constantly learning and not otherwise. But the same thing is true with our children. And there's major concern, rightfully concern in the EU. They have a massive program under the Council of Europe. How do we handle the disturbing impact of polarization of youth thinking because they don't understand how the system's working. We're going to have to educate them. And if we can't educate them, until we can, we're going to have to control it. Now, Britain has just banned for children born after 2006, they can't smoke. We're going to have to govern it in order to protect youth, to be educated about what the technology is doing, or recognize technology it can be used, I'm stressing, it can be used to overcome the polarization. It can be used to educate us with full informed views, but that takes a maturity of the system and it takes a maturity of the listener. Humanity, to answer the question is, we're going to have to evolve psychologically and in terms of our maturity and understanding, and the system's going to have to teach us that. The older generations, the educational systems are going to have to educate us to the pros and cons so the individual can discriminate. We're not there now, so we're seriously suffering from the gap, the speed gap.
Jenny ma'am, continuing with that point, right now, from all points of time, the technologies are rapidly evolving. And I think especially in the IT sector, they are suffering more because every day you get expertise in one skill and the next year it gets outdated. So how many things can you learn? So there is the speed of upskilling that is actually coming as a challenge in a lot of sectors. So what are your thoughts on that, and how can people keep up with that? Because it is so rapidly evolving as systems are getting faster and smarter.
One of the things that we have found out as part of our research at the World University Consortium is, more than what you teach, we need to teach our youngsters how to learn. Once you do that, they are future-proof. Any kind of future there is, they are set. There's one interesting thing that is said about who's called the father of artificial intelligence, Geoffrey Hinton. He spoke about a year ago at a conference, and he said there is up to a 20% chance that AI might wipe out humanity. We get all of these worst case scenarios from people from time to time, and this person, the father of AI, has said there is a 20% chance that it can happen. And he said the only guarantee against it is to instill in artificial intelligence a maternal sense. And why he says that is, his reasoning is about the only relationship there is on earth where somebody who is more powerful and more intelligent works completely for one who is less so is the relationship between a mother and a child. So if you instill this instinct in AI, then it's not going to wipe out humanity in any way. So how do you do this? Actually, he didn't have the answer to this question. How? He is the father of AI, he is a Nobel laureate, a former Google executive. But he said, I don't know how this can be done, but this is the only way we can, prevent it from harming humans. And again, continuing from what we heard from Gary Jacobs, it is not AI per se that does this or does not do that. It is the people who create it. And so I believe those who are developing the artificial intelligence, if they have the right values, that is going to reflect in the AI. So ethical AI, AI with guardrails. And this will mean we teach our youth, they can be in technology, computer science, learning artificial intelligence or business management, whatever it is, if the education that we give them is transdisciplinary and values based, the work that they are going to create is also going to reflect those values.
Okay. Same thing to you, Sijo. Like probably since you are working in the AI tech domain, you might be finding a lot of news that companies are laying off people because Claude or AI platforms are code generating. So your take on that, and on a company's perspective, it could be profitable for them to use platforms more than people where code is not so intelligent. But on a HR level, a lot of people are losing jobs. So, do you have any personal experience of that sort in your company, like using smarter tools to do more work, or any thoughts on that?
Yeah. So when we started building our own product, just like what Madam said, I think why we wanted to build this platform is also because of the privacy, the ethics aspect of it, right? Where we strongly believe that uh, AI should, more be a multiplier factor for us and not a replacing factor. And to add to that replacement part, it does not replace humans, right? It's replacing certain roles or certain tasks that we used to do. And same like how in olden days maybe we had, I think, washing machines replace some of that task. I think this is a smarter technology, and of course it helps us automate certain aspects so that we can, of course, like Dr. also said, we can focus on maybe higher value. I think Madam also rightly said that. And we are able to, let's say, I mean, if it was education, I would say the faculty or the teacher getting into a mentorship role rather than really teaching, because then you have the learners are able to consume the content already. And more, just to extend to what even Dr. said, you can personalize the content, AI can personalize the content. It can also understand the context from a personal point of view. Okay, let's say I come from a certain background, I have certain strength, I have maybe not learned from an English medium, what are the challenges I have. So it's not about pace anymore, but it's also how effectively I can learn concepts and from different perspectives, and of course connecting the gap, right? Now, sorry, what was the last question you asked?
About people losing jobs, and
Yeah.
probably only with people who are skilled enough getting hired by companies. So as students, they also need to know what is it that on a perspective of a company, what you will be looking for in a candidate in this era, and what could be the probable skills that they must be having.
Yeah. So one of the first things that we also did in our company when we started using AI quite a bit, we did not have it replace all the tasks in the sense of, even if it is programming, so we do programming, but then there is an aspect like first we have to architect the solution, we have to think through all the different aspects. Of course, we run through AI to see if we have missed anything, if there's something that we have probably not seen, and that helps us connect the different dots, right? But essentially, all those aspects are still done by us. Of course, companies like Google also, I think, are saying, 75% of the coding is done. Yes, it's good at coding, so it can do that aspect. But there are other aspects which humans still have to do it, right? And the challenge is if we outsource it completely. I mean, there was this concept of vibe coding as well, wherein you just talk in the natural language and it builds apps. I mean, there are still apps. But then there are a lot of other aspects which are not covered: ethics, security, and privacy. So we still need those to be, let's say, addressed, and you need human in the loop to be able to do that. In terms of hiring, yeah, we are able to reduce overall, let's say, certain aspect of the task by automating it. But I would not say, again, replacing humans. It's being more effective with the existing team that we have. Right?
Okay. So moving to Gary sir, I would like to know your thoughts on this as well, and also about, like, for example, if you say in the 1990s in India, if you pass out of an engineering college, probably you will 100% get a job. But then right now there is a scenario where you pass out of an engineering or an MBA or any kind of course, and there is no guarantee that you will get a job, because there are so many people who are passing out, and probably it is a reduce in demand, or the world and the skills required have become smarter. So with the AI also coming in and replacing a lot of mundane tasks, it would have become a worse situation. So what is your take on it, and what do you hope for as AI evolves and the education system to adapt to it so that this scenario does not get worse than how it already is?
Thank you. It's a very real question. I think I've already alluded to it, but I'd like to summarize that and add something to it. I think Janani also said it. We need lifelong education. We have to break this idea. You get educated and then you work on a career in one job for the rest of your life. That pattern is gone, long gone already, which means we need an institutional change in the society, and that's difficult. That's what I mean. The technology changes faster than our institutions change, then our attitudes change, then our culture changes. There's no shortage. This is not a new problem. You know, the first steam engine was actually developed, I think, in the 1st century AD. But when the workers saw that it's going to take away their jobs, I don't remember what it was for, some mill or something like that, they delayed it for 18 centuries. It's not a new problem. This was the Industrial Revolution. When I came here in Pondicherry, the rickshaw, the transportation was a cycle rickshaw. And when the auto rickshaw came, there was a hue and cry from the cycle rickshaw people that they're being eliminated. But of course, in a couple of years, they were all having they got loans and they became the auto rickshaw people. It's the evolution of society. It's just speeding up. So education is absolutely the first thing. And we have to, very practically, which we're starting in our institutions, is everybody has to learn AI, because the same job can be done more effectively. Almost every job and every career can be done, and they can be learning while they work if they use AI as an instrument, not only for the work, but for the education. That's one point. But changing the system is definitely, it's inevitable. It's going to happen. It's happening already, by the way. If you see in many of the top companies in the US, they're no longer worried about a college degree.
Yeah, true.
They'll let everybody take the classes they need and continue to take them as they're going. It's already making the university and the traditional university become more and more obsolete. And unless they change, it will be, because when information's available anywhere and you can learn it throughout your career. But there's another second part of this which is built into another difficult institutional obstacle. I have a question for all of us now. The technological developments that we enjoy today are not the result of any single individual or any single company. They're the progressive inheritance of humanity over centuries, decades, years. But the economic system that's dominating the world today, largely because of America and the Western capitalism, is that whoever produces a new product, the whole ownership of that belongs to the person who adds one new step in the technology, which AI is. It's a wonderful, it's a dramatic, it's a breakthrough, but it's built on how many previous discoveries and developments. And why I'm mentioning it is, we have a system now where the vast amount of wealth created by the technology is going to the investors in the latest stage, not to the humanity. Technology discoveries belong to humanity. Nobody owns the wheel. Nobody owns the computer technology. It's thousands of inventions. But our economic distribution system is giving all the benefit to those who make the last step and eliminates jobs in the... So the obvious thing is, why shouldn't a substantial part of the social productivity achieved by it be distributed to the workforce? There's nothing in economics that says it has to work the way it is now. It's only a system of the past. As our education is a system of the past, so is our system of rewarding in economics. And to have something so that everybody, there's what they call a minimum income for every citizen. It's perfectly rational. It's as rational and reasonable. Only thing is, the people who control the governments, the people who control the wealth, and invest in electing people, they don't like that equation to do it. I'm not blaming it, it's the fact. So again, we need there are solutions to all these problems. We need them. Just one more comment. In my own research that we're doing, I have a staff that was, until AI, doing many, many things that can now be done by AI. But as a result of that, they're able to do many things that I had to do myself because I didn't realize the capacities they had. And now, the productivity of our whole organization is they have risen in their capacities because the processing part of it, which has to be done by somebody, is now being done by AI. So in other words, it can help us all develop and grow and acquire higher order capacities, but the system has to adapt to it, and the mentality has to adapt to it, and we're a little slow in adapting to the realities as they unfold. There's no essential contradiction between the development of technology and the welfare of people. Technology belongs to humanity, and the fruits should go to the whole humanity. And let's face it, the AI is generated by power stations all over the world that were built for the community, just like the roads were built for the community, and yet now more and more of the power is going
Used for the AI.
for the AI. Is that what the public has decided on and voted on? And doesn't it belong to the public? So we need political, economic, educational, social changes to adapt to the creative potential of what's being developed.
Okay. I think Gary sir gave a wonderful conclusion to the discussions that we had. AI being developed as a smarter and faster technology to aid to our lives, and I think we should be using it in a better way to develop our skills and to make our productivity and life efficiency better. And not see it as a challenge, and rather use it as a tool to grow our productivity. So it has been nice interacting with all of you. Thank you so much.
That was a highly enriching discussion. I would request our panelists to please stay back, sir. A big thank you to our esteemed panelists for sharing their expertise and perspectives on the role of artificial intelligence in future education. As a token of our gratitude, GIIMS would like to present a memento of appreciation to our esteemed panelists. I invite Mr. S.S. Srijit, CEO of GIIMS, to do the honors. I request Mr. S.S. Srijit to kindly hand over the memento of appreciation to Dr. Gary Jacobs as a gesture of our gratitude. Thank you, Gary sir, for enriching session. I now request Mr. Sijo Lois to please come forward and accept a token of appreciation from the CEO of GIIMS, Mr. S.S. Srijit. Thank you, Mr. Sijo Lois, for your valuable contribution in the panel discussion. I now request Mr. S.S. Srijit to hand over the memento to Ms. Janani Ramanathan in recognition of her valuable contribution. I now request Mr. S.S. Regit, CEO of GIIMS, to present the memento to Ms. Geetu Shivakumar for her support and involvement in the panel discussion. I request all the panelists to come together for a quick photo session. I invite Ms. Haripriya, Dean and HOD of GIIMS, to join us. Ms. Rini George, Director of GIIMS, so that we can capture the beautiful moment. Thank you, dear panelists. I kindly request Mr. S.S. Regit, CEO of GIIMS, to please stay back on the stage. I also request Mr. Tom Jose, Chief Information Officer of GIIMS, to join us. We now move on to a special moment as we honor our staff members who have completed 10 remarkable years with Global Institute of Integral Management Studies. I invite Ms. Haripriya Umadevan, Dean and HOD of GIIMS, to the stage. Your dedication and commitment have truly shaped the GIIMS journey. We are proud to celebrate you, Ms. Haripriya. Congratulations for completing 10 successful years with Global Institute of Integral Management Studies. Let's give a huge round of applause for Ms. Haripriya, Dean and HOD of GIIMS. We are honoring her with a special gift and a memento for the service she rendered over the past years. Thank you. Next, I invite Ms. Anna Maria, Senior Manager Marketing, to receive a memento and a special gift in recognition of completing 10 wonderful years with GIIMS. Congratulations, Anna. Let's give a huge round of applause for Ms. Anna Maria. Another employee who has completed 10 years of service with GIIMS is Ms. Shaima Sajeev, Assistant Manager Admissions. Congratulations to you, Ms. Shaima. Let's give a huge round of applause for Ms. Shaima Sajeev for completing 10 years with GIIMS. Thank you all. Now, let us move on to the cultural segment of today's program. Rooted in the heart of Kerala, as we celebrate the legacy of GIIMS, we also take pride in celebrating the culture and spirit of Kerala. Let us now welcome Team Kalikeya for their cultural performance.
A bu- dancing incarnation. we are going to present Mohiniyattam. Mohiniyattam is the typical dance form of Kerala that exudes enchantment, grace, and passion. Mohiniyattam is a fusion of Bharatanatyam and Kathakali, as it combines the graceful elegance of Bharatanatyam and the dynamism and vigor of Kathakali. The performances are done only by women. The predominant mood created is Shringaram, erotic. Another feature that influences Mohiniyattam is the simplicity of dressing by the people in Kerala, which is visible in the costume of the dancer. White is a favorite color of the people, basically because of the hot and humid climate. And a Mohiniyattam costume is always white or off-white with gold. The face is done up with an exaggerated eye makeup to help her express her emotions. The eyes reflect immediately the mental state of the situation or the character the dancer is representing. And a description of Mohiniyattam cannot be complete without the mention of the Nayana Binaya, or the use of the eyes, eyebrows, and eyelids. And at the end of it all, the transformation is tremendous. The merrily dancing eyes and the fluttering of the eyebrows of the dancer all create a devastatingly mischievous atmosphere. The sweet-smelling flowers, the gentle, swaying movement of the torso, in perfect harmony with the music and the bewitching personality of a Mohiniyattam dancer, take us to the highest aesthetic order, the atmosphere of enchantment.
अजित हरे जय माधव विष्णु अजमुख देव नादा विजय सारधे साधु ദ്വിജനൊന്നു പറയുന്നു
വിജയ സാരഥേ സാധു ദ്വിജനൊന്നു പറയുന്നു
സുജന സംഗമമേറ്റം സുകൃത നിവഹ സുലഭമദനു നിയതം
സുജന സംഗമമേറ്റം സുകൃത നിവഹ സുലഭമദനു നിയതം പല ദിനമായി ഞാനു ബലഭദ്രാനുജ നിന്നെ പല ദിനമായി ഞാനു ബലഭദ്രാനുജ നിന്നെ
നലമോടു കാൺവതിന്നു കളിയല്ലേ രുചിക്കുന്നു കാല വിഷമം കൊണ്ടു കാമോ സാധിച്ചതില്ലേ
പല ദിനമായി ഞാനു ബലഭദ്രാനുജ നിന്നെ പല ദിനമായി ഞാനു ബലഭദ്രാനുജാ നിന്നെ
നലമോടു കാൺവതിന്നു കളിയല്ലേ രുചിക്കുന്നു കാല വിഷമം കൊണ്ടു കാമോ സാധിച്ചതില്ലേ നീല നീരധവർണ്ണ മൃദുല കമല രുചിര നയന നൃഹരേ നീല നീരധവർണ്ണ മൃദുല കമല രുചിര നയന നൃഹരേ അജിത ഹരേ ജയ മാധവ വിഷ്ണു അജമുഖ ദേവ നാദ
We are going to present Bharatanatyam. Bharatanatyam is a classical dance form of South India said to have originated in Tanjavur of Tamil Nadu. It was known as Dasiyatam since it used to be performed by Devadasis or temple dancers in the temples of Tamil Nadu long ago. The name Bharatanatyam is derived from three basic concepts of bhava, expression, raga, melody, and tala, rhythm. The dance is performed on the stage as nrittam, nrityam, and natyam. A Bharatanatyam performance starts with the prayers to God, Ganesha, and the worship of Nadarajamurti, or the dancing incarnation of Lord Shiva. The music of Bharatanatyam is based on Carnatic classical music. The instruments used are veena, flute, mridangam, and violin. Bharatanatyam.
நலமோடு கேளடி மாயன்னும் கண்ணன் விருதாடு ஜாலங்கள் பாலுண்ணு பைய பைய நவநீத சோரன் கோபால பாலே யசோதே நீலி சாசக நீலி சாசமா நீலி சாசமா மகரி சா நீலி சாசக நீலி சாசமா நீலி சாசமா மகரி சா பாப சாசகி
കേളടി മായണ്ണും കള്ളൻ ബിരുദാടു ജാലങ്ങൾ പാലുണ്ണു പയ്യെ പയ്യെ നവനീത ചോരൻ ഗോപാല ബാലേശോദേ.
Kathakali, the dance drama of Kerala from the 17th century, is rooted in Hindu mythology. The themes are religious in nature and deal with events from the epics of India, Mahabharata and Ramayana, as well as the ancient scriptures known as the Puranas. The characters express themselves through hand gestures known as mudra that are common throughout much of Indian classical dance traditions. The elaborate makeup and the large and heavy costumes have much to say of the characters they portray and are instantly recognizable. The colors used in the makeup and costumes are not for mere decoration and impact, but are symbolic of the nature of the characters at play. Though the music used in Kathakali is predominantly classical, according to the Carnatic tradition, the instruments are decidedly vernacular. The use of instruments such as chanda, idakya, shuddha maddalam and ilathalam help bring in the local flavor to this splendid art form. First, we have a short demonstration of Kathakali, the traditional salutations. Next,
our human emotions are classified into 9. Now let us experience how these basic 9 emotions are being expressed in Kathakali style. The first one, which is said to be the king of emotions, romance, love, amor. The second one, contempt, as if I don't care, contempt. The third one, pathos or sorrow. Now see how quick an actor can change his emotion. Wrath, anger. Then valor, bravery, courageous. Now, fear. Then revulsion, dislike. The eighth one, wonder. The ninth and the last one, tranquility or peace.
Next, we are going to present an episode from Mahabharata, Naragasura. This episode depicts the fight between Naragasura, a demon, and Jayanthan, the son of Indra, the king of Devaloka, the abode of the gods. The demon Naragasura has a sister named Nakratundi. One day the demon Naragasura sends his sister to the abode of the gods to bring down the celestial nymphs for his pleasure and satisfaction. She goes to the Devaloka, the abode of the gods, disguised as a very beautiful woman. The celestial nymphs are convinced by Nakratundi to go with her. Just then Jayanthan, the son of the king, Indra, comes into the scene, and on seeing Jayanthan, Nakratundi, who is overawed by his presence, tries to seduce him, leaving the celestial nymphs. Jayanthan refuses her advances and sees through her disguise and draws his sword and chops off her breasts and nose and ears. Naragasura, the demon, is now in a rage. As the scene unfolds, you can see what happens between Naragasura and Jayanthan.
சரம் ஏற்று உழந்தீடினோ எங்கள் நேரம் வைகாதே நீ காம கேலி സംഗ്രഹ ഇന്നു നിയോഗം കൂടാതെ നിയോഗം കൂടാതെ இன்னும் സഹിക്കാവതല്ലേ
We are now going to present a short segment of Kalaripayattu. Kalaripayattu dates back to more than 2000 years and is considered as the mother of all martial arts in the world. Bodhidharma, the Buddhist monk from southern India, who founded the Shaolin temple in China in the 6th century, developed Kung Fu from Kalaripayattu, the martial art form tempered through devoted discipline and intense meditation. The real strength of Kalaripayattu lies in unarmed combat, which was found most suitable by Bodhidharma to fend off assailants without deviating from the tenets of Buddhism, which advocates ahimsa or non-violence. However, the Kalari exponents are trained in fighting with weapons also, and the weapons used are the sword, shield, dagger, spear, and short sticks. The main aim of this exclusive martial art form is to achieve complete coordination of the mind and body. The traditional training of Kalaripayattu includes specialized and indigenous medical preparations and methods of treatment, which help attain greater suppleness of the body. Kalaripayattu.
సాగర జై కపీశ తిగులోక ఉజాగర రామ దూతాదులిత బలరామ అంజని పుత్ర పవన సుతనామ మహావీర విక్రమ బజరంగి అతి నివార సుమలికే సంగి కంచన భరణ విరాజ సువేశ కల కించిత కేశ జై కాంతే జనే భూసా జై శంకర సుమన కేసరి నందన తేజ ప్రతాప మహాజగ మందర నిత్యానకునీయతి చాతుర నామ దాచ కరివే కో ఆతుర కంచని తులసిని వేకో రసియా నామల తులసి నామల రసియా సుష్మర రూపధరి సియలితి గామా కిట రూపధరి లింగ జనామా విమల రూపధరి అసుర సమారే రామచంద్ర కే కాజ సమారే జగత్
നിണം പടർന്നു നാവയാകെ ചോപ്പണിഞ്ഞുലഞ്ഞിടും മണിത്തറയ്ക്കു മേലെ ഘട്ടവേഗമായി മാമാങ്കം. ചടക്കുമിന്നിടും സുദീർഘകാല യുദ്ധജാതകം കരൾ പറിച്ചു ഗോത്രവീരദാഹ മാറ്റി മാമാങ്കം. പോരിലും വീണിടായ വീരരെ കൂറിലോ വേറിടായ ധീരരെ വാളിനാൽ നേടുമാനം മണ്ണിനായി പോരിൻ തീരും മകവായി പോരു പോരു താരായി മാമാങ്കം. വന്നു ചേർന്നിടുന്ന അക്ഷരം മഹാചരിത്ര വീരശൂരഭേരിയായ മാമാങ്കം. നിണം പടർന്നു നാവയാകെ ചോപ്പണിഞ്ഞുലഞ്ഞിടും മണിത്തറയ്ക്ക് മേലെ ഘട്ടവേഗമായി മാമാങ്കം. കലരി കവിയും അഖില സലികളത് പങ്കിടും മാമാങ്കം. ചുഴലി കിട്ടറിക്കും
Garudan Thukam. This exceptional festival is a testament to Kerala's cultural depth, steeped in tradition and mythology. Among these festivals, Garudan Thukam stands out with its intriguing rituals and history. Garudan Thukam, a festival of spectacle and devotion, has a fascinating history. Originating from the culturally rich land of Kerala, this unique festival is deeply associated with the Kali temples scattered across the region. The festival gets its name from the Hindu deity Garuda, the mythical bird and the trusted vehicle of Lord Vishnu. But here's the twist in Garudan Thukam. Garuda is worshipped not as a mere vehicle but as a powerful deity in his own right, a symbol of strength and devotion. As the legend goes, after the slaying of the demon Darika by goddess Kali, Garuda, overjoyed by the victory of good over evil, danced in ecstasy. The people of Kerala celebrate this very dance, this very joy, through Garudan Thukam.
യോഗ്യമുദ്ര ധരിച്ച ഭൂമി ഭൈരവനാകുന്നേ.
കുയിലുകളി കണ്ട് താമസിച്ചേ പൊക്കുകേറ പൊന്മലയിൽ പൊക്കുകളി കണ്ട് താമസിച്ചേ മാമലയിൽ കുതിരകളി കണ്ട് താമസിച്ചേ വന്നുദിച്ചേ നിന്നുദിച്ചേ ആദിത്യ ഭഗവാൻ ഭഗവാൻ വന്നുദിക്കാൻ മലക്കൊഴിച്ചും കഴിഞ്ഞ് പൊട്ടത്തിലും കുട്ടരയിലും നെല്ലും കെട്ടിയെടുത്തുമുണ്ടോ ആയിരം പുലക്കയ്യും വീശി വരും കാരണോരെ പെരുവയം ഭൂമിയിലെ പുലയോരെ കഥപറ പുലമകൾ സരസ്വതി നാവിലാണ് കഥപറ അഴകിയ നസികാളി കുഞ്ഞളായി കുറുമ്പയും അണിഞ്ചനും കരിമ്പനും കൊച്ചുറുമ്പൻ കാവലനും കണ്ടതട്ടി ശാലുകീരി ഉഴുതിട്ട കഥയിലെ വിത്തെറിഞ്ഞു മുളപ്പിച്ചു ഞാറുന്നട്ട കഥയിലെ വീട്ടുപോതാളി കൊണ്ട ഒരു പണി കലക്കൊമ്പൻ പുകപ്പെട്ട പഴങ്കല കണികൾ കൊടുക്കും കഥ വെള്ളം കയറും വേലികളിൽ നിന്നെ കോഴി പോലെ കൊന്നു ചുട്ടുപോക്കാളി കളിരിൻ ചുണ്ടത്തോറും ചിരിക്കഥ തന്നിലാടും തുണക്കഥ അമേരിക്കുന്ന മുട്ടിപ്പാട്ട് പാടി കിണിയാട്ടി നരിയാട്ടി ആവിടത്തും പോലെ കഥ ചില്ലിപ്പുള്ളിന്റെ കള്ളം കണ്ണു പറിച്ചെറിഞ്ഞില്ല പടി കടന്നു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുള്ള കള്ളിക്കഥ പെരുവയ ഭൂമികളെ പല പൂവ് കൊയിലെടുത്ത് വനക്കാരെ കളന്നൊരു പുലയോരെ പഴങ്കഥ ഭഗവാനും വന്നുദിക്കാൻ ഇത്ര താമസിച്ചേ
വന്നുദിച്ചേ നിന്നുദിച്ചേ ആദിത്യ ഭഗവാനോ ഇന്നെന്നെ ഭഗവാനോ വന്നുദിക്കാൻ ഇത്ര താമസിച്ചേ.
മുത്താളം മുടിതാളം കളിയാടും നാടേ നിൻ തുഞ്ചത്ത് മുത്തോളം മുകിലോളം മലയാളം പാടും നിൻ തീരത്ത് പൂപ്പൊലിപ്പാട്ടീണം മൈലാഞ്ചി പാട്ടിനഴകൊടു കൂട്ടുകൂടും നേരം നല്ലോണം നമ്മൾ കോണം
മിന്നൽ പൂരം തുടിതാളം മഴയുടെ മേളം നീണ്ടു നിൽക്കും നറവനതാളം പരിചകളുടെ നീരുളി മേളം നെഞ്ചിനു താളം നിലവിനു മേളം ഇടക്കയുടുക്കുമിടേ
മുത്താളം മുടിതാളം കളിയാടും നാടേ നിൻ തുഞ്ചത്ത് മുത്തോളം മുകിലോളം മലയാളം പാടും നിൻ തീരത്ത് മൈലാഞ്ചി പാട്ടിനഴകൊടു കൂട്ടുകൂടും നേരം നല്ലോണം നമ്മൾ കോണം
പാട്ടുറുക്കം മിന്നൽ പൂരം തുടിതാളം മഴയുടെ മേളം നീണ്ടു നിൽക്കും നറവന താളം പരിചകളുടെ വേരുളി മേളം നെഞ്ചിനു താളം നിലവിനു മേളം ഇടക്കയുടുക്കുമുരുക്കുമിടയിട പുഞ്ചിരി തഞ്ചി കൊഞ്ചിക്കോ മുന്തിരി മുത്തൊളി ചിന്തിക്കോ പന്തളി വർണ്ണ ചുന്ദരി വാവേ പേ 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 കുഞ്ചിക്കോ തിരുമുത്തുള ചിന്തിക്കോ പന്തളി വർണ്ണ ചുന്ദരി വാവേ കുഞ്ചിക്കോ തിരുമുത്തുള ചിന്തിക്കോ പന്തളി വർണ്ണ congratulations, and you.
Oh, the stage is still shaking with that vibrant energy. What a mesmerizing performance. Let's give a huge round of applause to the team Kalikeya. What a beautiful visual treat it was. Now, let's get into our second panel discussion, taking forward our series Leadership in Action, episode 10. We now explore the topic, the next global reset, leadership in the new world order. Let me take a moment to introduce our panelists to you. Before that, we have certain arrangements to be made. I'll briefly introduce our panelists. Meanwhile, the arrangements are happening. We are very fortunate to once again have Dr. Gary Jacobs with us. He's the President and CEO of the World Academy of Art and Science and the CEO of World University Consortium, Vice President of Mother Service Society. He also serves as the Chairman of GIIMS. The next panelist we'll be having for the day is Dr. D. Dhanuraj, founder, chairman of the Center for Public Policy Research, a leading independent public policy think tank based in Kochi. Dr. Dhanuraj is a well-known policy researcher, analyst, and commentator with extensive experience at the intersection of research and public policy. He is also an active writer and media contributor, sharing expert insights on leading news platforms and channels. So we are truly honored to have you. The next panelist is Dr. K.N. Raghavan. Dr. Raghavan's journey spans across medicine, public administration, international diplomacy, and sports. He served the government in various capacities, which include Commissioner of Customs, Kochi, Deputy Director, Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, Calicut, Managing Director of Kerala Cooperative Rubber Marketing Federation, CEO of Norca Roads. The next esteemed chair of today's panel discussion is Dr. Mohan Varghese, a distinguished political scientist, media consultant, and faculty at the Manorama School of Communication. He is widely known as a writer, columnist, quizmaster, psephologist, and public speaker with strong contribution in political analysis and media discourse. His area of expertise include political analysis, election studies, Kerala society and polity, and global affairs such as diplomacy, conflict, and international relations. Okay, so let's give a huge round of applause for the panelists. I invite Dr. Gary Jacobs. Please take your seat, sir. We're all set for our next second panel discussion for the day. Let us now welcome our next esteemed panelist to the discussion, Dr. D. Dhanuraj. Welcome, sir. May I now invite our next esteemed panelist, Dr. K.N. Raghavan. We're so fortunate to have you, sir. It's my privilege to welcome the esteemed chair of today's panel discussion, Dr. Mohan Varghese. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Handovering the stage to Dr. Mohan Varghese. Sir, the stage is yours.
A very good evening to all of you. After a cultural bonanza here, we are back to routine, bit more serious stuff. The global reset. In a fast-changing world, we would all ideally like to know which direction the world is going to move. So let me congratulate GIIMS for setting up this kind of a process, a leadership series, leadership in action series. This is the 10th episode of the series. I think it's the grand finale kind of thing. So once again, let me place on record my deepest appreciation, the appreciation of the entire panel for GIIMS to set up this leadership series. We have a very distinguished panel here. We have Dr. Gary Jacobs, the CEO of this institution, and he has extensive knowledge of the global, even global politics, being an American-born person, an Orwellian. So definitely he would be in a position to see things from a different perspective, a new perspective, very refreshing perspective. Let me welcome you, sir, Dr. Gary Jacobs. Dr. Ken Raghavan, I had admired him as a cricketing umpire and a civil servant of par excellence. He's a tax person. He was with the administration. He has seen the administration from very close quarters, and is certainly able to contribute very much to the nuances of the global change, the global reset. Let me welcome you, Mr. Dr. Ken Raghavan, sir, to this panel. And last but not the least, Dr. Dhanuraj, good friend of mine, former alumnus of MCC, of which I am also. So Dr. Dhanuraj is heading the CPPR, Center for Public Policy Research, a very happening place. That is, as the boss of CPPR, he sees the policy getting unraveled. So we have a very, very distinguished audience as well. And it's not the first time that I am interacting with this audience and this August Assembly, this evening crowd. Let us delve into something serious anyway. So the globe is changing, the fast changing. Gone are the days of Pax Romana, the Roman peace, the Roman dictated peace. World never thought, those days, 2,000 years back, nobody would have imagined in the wildest guess that the Roman order would collapse. But that collapsed. Then came eras of the empires, cataclysmic changes. Then we thought the world will settle with Pax Britannica, the peace set by the nation where the sun never sets, the empire where the sun would never set. So the British dictated peace. Gone. Then came the war, the First World War, the Second World War. The world power equations underwent a radical transformation. And then comes the bipolarity at the end of the Second World War. United States and Western Europe on one side, Soviet Union and the East on the other side. So we thought bipolarity is here to stay. Not really. By 1990, Soviet Union collapsed. Then came unipolarism. It was America all the way, Pax Americana. And now, it's again changing times. Come 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. And the world was seeing changes, the beginning of the change. It was a never-ending kind of a war. And come 2023, Israel attacked Gaza, or rather the Gazans, the Hamas attacked Israel, killed 1,200 people. And that really opened up a Pandora's box. And Israel-Lebanon, Israel-Hamas, and now it has reached a full circle, has turned. It has almost assumed the dimension of a civilizational war. Iran joins the fray, and the Americans are breathing down the neck of Iran. And Huntingtonian thesis, the famous American political scientist, Huntington predicted it will be culture that is determining the world order. It's not going to be nation states anymore. It's going to be culture. One culture, the leading culture, pitted against the second largest culture. Is it like transatlantic civilization, Eurocentric transatlantic order dominated by Western Anglo-Saxon Protestantism led by United States, now trying to intimidate the second civilization, Arab Islamic and the larger Islamic culture. See, that kind of a cultural overture the world is taking. No one is sure. We are here as a panel to work it on, right? So I would ideally want sometime after the panel discussion is almost coming to a close, I would want 10-15 minutes for the interaction as well. So I think let's gear up for the thing. Dr. Raghavan, you have enormous administrative experience as the Government of India person, a civil servant, an IRS person. You have traveled widely. Is the change real? Are we thinking about a real reset? Are there any forces deliberately trying to reset, upsetting the apple cart? Or is it just a natural progression of the muscle power and the technology all rolled into a natural process of change? What's your take on it?
There is definitely a reset. There's no doubt about it. As you gave in your historical perspective from a world which is dominated by two blocks, the USSR-led one and the USA-led one, to a unipolar world, the post-1990. Now we see a disintegration of that unipolar world also. There are no poles. For there to be a block or a polar world, there should be something like a magnet which attracts other countries, which is what USA was doing, which is what USSR was doing by providing the military muscle and also having some sort of an ideology professed, even if unreal, like say belief in the principles of democracy, human rights and all, which America professes. So after USSR left the scene in 1990, there has not been any other nation which has been large enough to become a focus. China has grown big, but then China doesn't have military alliances. It doesn't believe, except for a small one is North Korea. They are not part of any defense treaties. China doesn't offer any ideological solutions, nor does it want others to pursue any particular way of life. They have their own socialism with Chinese characteristics and all that, which they follow. So, but
you mean to say that China doesn't join the party?
No, China doesn't join. China charts its own way, and Chinese intentions are ultimately self-centered. China looks inward, while America has always projected the power abroad. China has projects abroad, but ultimately that's for the benefit of China itself. It's a very simple equation as far as China is concerned. Whereas USA all said and done gave the impression of being a policeman, aid giver, donor, promoted global institutions, all that they did during the phase till Mr. Donald J. Trump.
So you think the dollar regimen is going to continue?
It would continue for some more time because of lack of alternative. Because you don't want the order to collapse. Like someone said, it is in China's interest that USA should survive. And vice versa also. So there is a general agreement that the system should not collapse. But then what we are seeing is a reset of the existing order. And I wouldn't use the word multipolar world. I would use the word a fractured polity. Because nations are working in their own self-interest. They are not part of any grouping. They are not part of any, even if they are part of grouping, they don't adhere to the principles. What Hungary did to EU, they used the power of veto to stall billions of dollars of aid to Ukraine, one nation standing in the way. So it doesn't work as a bloc or as an alliance. nations are ultimately, are very clear that they are guided by self-interest. So this is what is happening. This is why we are having too many conflicts around the world. Conflicts were far and few in between when the erstwhile power blocks were there. Now it is not happening. Now the power blocks are not that, but the localized conflicts are happening.
So shall we say United Nations has become moribund and meaningless? There is no stabilizing force?
US has abdicated its role as a leader of the free world, without doubt. It has abdicated its role as the leader of the Western world, the Western civilization as they saw it. The NATO treaties have gone for a toss. Their deal with Japan is under stress. What they wanted to do in the Asia Pacific is in doldrums. So far as playing the role of a policeman is concerned, they have left the scene. So far as being the force behind World Trade Organization, they themselves have killed it. Global organizations have been vacated by USA. And last but not the least, even the US aid which used to flow to so-called less developed and least developed countries have been stopped. So where does USA figure here? Like Mr. Trump himself said, they are only looking at their sphere of influence and their areas of interest. So they have come very limited, very restricted role of promoting self-interest.
So don't you see a kind of conflict between what Trump says, make America great again by minding own business? Now they are putting too many fingers in a pie. Wherever wherever they see an opportunity, say whether it be West Asia or Venezuela or anywhere. So is it a deviation from the MAGA philosophy?
Yes, it is very obvious, but then Trump has always contradicted himself. Even in the war, he keeps on contradicting himself. But this reset from the MAGA philosophy, where he said that there will not be any major wars, which is something which won him a lot of votes. And even as we speak now, there is a split in his camp between what J.D. Vance wants and what Mark Rubio wants.
There is a moderate camp within the MAGA segment.
Itself.
That is that is the Vice President J.D. Vance leading the thing. And there's the hardliner segment led by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, maybe.
So that is happening there. But Trump goes his own way and justifies everything he does.
Okay, good. Dr. Jacobs, you're a man of immense experience, seeing world politics unravel itself. So what kind of changes do you see? Is it just a flexing of military muscles, or is technology coming into the fray? And what kind of humanistic response could be expected? Because it's the United States all the way. China, as Dr. Rakavan says, is not jumping into the fray. China is not putting the hat into the ring. It is the United States calling the shots, the world policeman, and dictating terms. You make a deal or you perish. No option. So is it just the military might, military technological might, and also coupled with the economy? Are Americans sitting pretty? Or is it the beginning of the fall? Because you have your base probably in the United States. We would like to hear from the horse's mouth.
If I could start with a little wider perspective, as you did, going back to Rome, not that far, but if we look at it in the widest perspective, we can see over centuries, even millennium, the divided, fragmented world is moving more and more towards a global community. And that's inevitable, and it's only multiplying more and more. We see over 4 centuries the European empires linking the continents and nations together under the empire system. And nation states, we have to remember that the nation state is a new phenomenon. It's only a few centuries old. The conquest of foreign empires led to the birth and the aspiration.
Shall we give credit to the Portuguese for delving into the sea first, followed by the Spaniards, to see that the waters determine the power structures? Now it is not just waters, it is air that decides the power structure, isn't
If
it?
we can just, if you let me follow the sequence, because otherwise I'll be hard to build what I'm trying to say. The empires grew for a couple of centuries, and something very important happened when the main country in Europe that was left out of the empire system was Germany, because they were caught in the middle of all the others. And they also wanted to fulfill the same principle of empire, and since they didn't have much access to the oceans, they tried to conquer everybody around them. But the most important thing that happened is the defeat of Germany in 2 wars led to the collapse of the empire system. And India was the first example of that in 47, and then 1/3 of the world, the empires were dissolved. That was one phase. Now we went into it, for a short period of time, 45 years, this idea of a global society tried to take the form of the bipolar system of East and West, which was never stable. It was constantly competing as to who would be where, and in the process of it, arming itself with the capacity to destroy the world and all of humanity, and finally leading to the end of the Cold War and a new period. Still, during each of these periods, humanity was coming closer together. And in the last 30 years, from 1990 to, let's say, this 35 years, the progress of humanity coming together, not in unison. We had the multilateral system, and that was unprecedented. The amount of communication, collaboration between nations, but it wasn't it was stable only because of the balance of 2 superpowers, but it was an unstable balance. That ended with the economic decline of Russia. And we've had a free-for-all for the last 35 years in which trade reached an unprecedented levels of interconnection, migration, unconnected levels, information, interdependence. We're still coming closer together. But what happened when Russia declined, we see what happened. Their idea was, no, we don't want to lose our empire. They tried to reverse the process. And we see the consequences. The rest of the Eastern group is separated from Russia and has no interest of going back to being a subordinated satellites of Russia. But in the meantime, using the American model of free speech, free enterprise rather, and globalization of economics, China progressed at remarkable rates and posed a potential threat to dominance of the West, particularly dominance of the United States. And I think we're in now what we call an age of turbulence.
So is it the beginning of the fall?
I think it is.
The peak, has America peaked to a certain extent that it cannot go forward from here? The debt level is absolutely high, unmanageable. $31 trillion debt, foreign debt for United States.
I agree with that. I think what's happening is that Russia has clearly dissolved itself. Ironically, the US, which had other options, is now reasserting itself for only its national well-being. And what we see as the greatest centers of powers today are a collective nationalism of China versus a highly extreme individualism of America, neither of which are offering a strategy or a solution that can take us to the next level of a closer human unity. And I think that's the key now. This is an unstable period, and they're going to compete with each other. They may be competing for a decade or 3 decades or 4 decades. U.S. has a lot of things to burn and destroy the way Russia has. But it's inevitable that these two cannot pose, neither position or a combination of them can pose a stable solution. We may have 30 years of instability, but the real question is, what will take us to a real stability that can enable humanity to come
do you see that stability at the end of the tunnel?
I think it's inevitable.
Inevitable.
But it's not inevitable through either the political philosophy of both China and the US are taking national dominance and national superiority as their core, and the world cannot be unified by nations that want to emphasize themselves.
Right.
And
Dr. Thanuraj, you've been observing a leader. This is a leadership series. We would ideally want to link it with the leadership component also. The most talked about leader is none other than Donald Trump, the American president. You see Trump going berserk, all guns blazing. Is it because of the kind of insecurity feeling of the American system and even the deep state wanting somebody to put things back on track? America needs to reassert itself. Gone are the days of glory. Let us try to recreate. Is it going to be the Hitler way of recreating and Mussolini way of recreating the glory of the ancient Rome? Is America in the right track? Are they in a position to fix everything? Or have they bitten more than what they could chew?
Thanks for inviting me for this panel discussion. I was actually wondering, I was checking a few minutes back, because when we have this panel discussion, usually we have a press conference, White House press conference in US time. And by the beginning of panel discussion, the end of the panel discussion, probably world would have been different. So thankfully, no announcement so far this morning from US. But I think, as somebody following American politics and American elections, I believe Trump is I don't think what he is trying to do or what he is trying to change, the way he wants to change the world or the MAGA movement he is leading, is going to be a permanent force. The question here is what are disruptions he's causing around the world is going to be permanent or not.
Is he causing it, or is the deep state America behind it? Is it because, see, Trump is not a deep state America person.
Right.
By no means. It was Hillary Clinton, it was someone else, it was our own person, the person of Indian origin. So Kamala Harris was a deep state choice, default. But now that Trump is in the helm of affairs, the kind of processes and things that America always wanted to do and achieve, if they can't do it on their own, why can't they let it happen through Donald Trump, very unsuspecting leader, who can be cajoled into compliance, or unknowingly, is he fighting American deep state's war?
Probably yes. American deep states in work, but as a political strategist, going deeper into the conversation, I believe what Trump has caused. You're saying Trump is the face of this the deep state phenomenon of US. I am of the opinion that the Trump phenomena from 2016 to 2020 and starting again from 2024, these are two different phenomena. Right? The world has
That
changed a
time
lot.
he was a lame duck president, not having an electoral proper mandate, and also he didn't have the majority support in the Congress, neither the Senate nor the House. But now that he's sitting very pretty.
But what all things he can do next 2 years? There could be many, but my sense is with the Supreme Court ruling reversal of Trump tariff now, even more importantly, the companies can recover the tariff that was imposed on them and whatever the money that was collected.
Huge amount to be repaid, right?
Yes, they have to pay back. And now the midterm elections are coming.
November 2026.
Yeah, so I think most of the countries around the world or the leadership, my sense is they're just waiting this phenomena to get over. But the question again, starting from the deep state argument, whether this is going to be permanent or not, and the cause and damage that is being created is going to be permanent or not.
So you're sure the damage is created?
Yes, definitely.
See, Europe thinks differently. Europe is compelled to think differently. China's always been a bit pessimistic about the grand American scheme of things. Now that the transatlantic relationship is at its lowest, ever since Second World War, it's the lowest. Trump even wanting to take over Greenland from Denmark, wanting to incorporate Canada as a province of America, as the 51st state, and wanting to have control over Panama. So these are not good signs.
No, see, starting from the beginning of this year, we are in the 4th month. So many things happened, right? So I think beginning of this year, the discussion was tariff. Now the discussion about the chalk points, right? Yeah. And tomorrow, we don't know. We are living in a very uncertain world. We are living in a very ruptured global order. We are living in a very disrupted world. And who caused it? I think
Who's trying to reset? Who is trying to reset?
I don't think there is a complete reset as such. Reason is the American system is going through a reset, right? And what is the response from the rest of the world? The response from the rest of the world, initially, I believe, I think including Indian leadership, we were expecting that when Prime Minister traveled to Washington, we were expecting that this would be the peak of India-US relations because of the personal chemistry they exhibited. But in a few months' time, we realized that that is not the world the president, the way the president behaves and executes. And if we take this as an example, the way India responded, I think everybody is buying their time, probably buying their time till the end of November this year to see the midterm results. And then what will be the response and reaction from, not only from Trump, also from the Republican Party. And then what is the political response from the Democratic Party? And who are the people who are going to run for the office next time? I think world is expecting that. Who is running for the next term? And I hope this president is not going to change constitution and looking for another term. I don't think that possibility is there. I mean, I am of the opinion again, whatever we have seen and experienced last 2 years now, or 16 months now, this is not a permanent feature. I'm very optimistic about it.
So this is a passing phase.
This is a passing phase, and the leadership, the competency of a leadership around the world is testing how you are diplomatic and how you are navigating in this changing world order, how agile in this ruptured world. And I don't, sometimes, since we work with the leadership, sometimes I get a feel that we are also not sure. And by the way, we don't want, yesterday I think it happened, the first post of the president was, India is a health state. And then he changed it. So it happens in every hour. How can you engage a leadership who changes his stand every other moment. It's very, very difficult.
But it's a painful...
And this is unconventional, probably the international theories we all learned.
Yeah, we all learn theories of international politics. There is absolutely no consequence. What we learned in textbook, or we are all, he has an international relations background, I also have a background of global politics and diplomacy, but never ever, we would never have thought that this kind of a turn would take. So let us come to India. So we are firmly placed here. What kind of opportunities, Dr. Raghavan, is getting opened for India? We are the third civilization. According to Huntingtonian terms, we are the laughing third party. When the first civilization strikes at the second civilization, that competitor, are we going to take advantage of it? Coming into the global arena in a huge stage. I have two questions. One, will the dollar dominance end? Any chance of BRICS coming into the fray? Any talk of alternate currency to just replace dollar? Or is it going to be a rupee ruble, rupee yuan, rupee yen kind of trade? Because you're a trade person also. So do you see that kind of a transformation based on two things? One, the tariff war. Two, the real war. And oil shock. Are we going to change? Are we going to think differently? Or we are happy to play second fiddle to the kind of processes happening with America doing everything the American way or the Trump way?
No, to answer your question regarding the continuance of dollar as a international currency, I tend to believe that dollar will continue to be the international currency for at least the medium term. For the sole reason that there is no easily available alternative. You can think and postulate about a BRICS currency, but it is not going to happen. For the simple reason that...
There was some serious discussion about, BRICS currency half a year back.
Yes, it has been there, but who is going to take the lead? Are we going to have a currency where we will be playing second fiddle to China?
Yeah, we wouldn't.
We wouldn't want to do that. So when it comes to a larger strategic interest, not merely trade interest, we will not want to play second fiddle to China. So there are issues there. Second, our foreign policy, at least in the last 2 decades, after the Bill Clinton years, after the nuclear testing of 1998, has been firmly... At first it swayed towards USA, now it is aligned towards USA. Let's accept that. We have been doing that. USA has been kind and nice to us in most of our strategic areas, except for the departure made by Trump with regard to the tariffs. So, we also don't want a sudden reset or a sudden change from the dollar regime. Third, I would say that where is China investing all the excess foreign currency that they have? They invest in US Treasury bonds. So who is sustaining the US government? We are all. When there is excess currency, when there is excess foreign exchange, when you have to invest, you ultimately go to US Treasury bond. Because that still, despite Trump, is the safest area to invest in. And fourth and final thing, so far as trade is concerned, despite these disruptions, despite the IEEPA tariffs which have been set aside by the court, you ultimately believe that USA is still the best market for customers.
The largest market.
Yes, one is it's a large market. Second, the rule of law is still there. Yeah. Can you have a stable trading system with China? It's very opaque. Do you find that the rule of law is there? Can you take recourse to courts? Is it possible that if tomorrow China brings in a tariff, it will be set aside by the courts? Or that they will think about a refund? We cannot even imagine those things happening. So that's why I'm saying I would tend to agree with Dr. Dhanuraj that this phase that has affected US, the turmoil that is created within US is a passing phenomenon. It will not remain like that. Sooner than later, better sense will prevail. Ultimately, the customers in US will realize that all this talk about MAGA, tariffs and all is not going to bring down the prices or make their lives more comfortable. And that will bring back the realization that yes, there was a way of life, there was a way of governance, the deep state and whatever it is, which serve the interest of the public at large. This is
I
my
have a hunch. Do they produce much? They produce fighter planes. They produce oil, more quantity of crude oil and shale now. But when it comes to productivity levels, don't you think that China, India, and upcoming countries overtake United States in productivity because it's a net consuming state? See, look at the trade deficit of United States, almost $30 trillion, and they have a trade deficit of all $1 trillion against China. So this is huge, isn't it?
But despite that, why are they still not having any problems relating to the huge trade deficit? Because they are rich in dollars, and ultimately that helps them out. And second, the sort of trade that we have seen, the sort of businesses that have been running is set to undergo a rapid change with the onset of AI. It is almost at par with how internet changed the way in which we worked. Seeing about very easy ways of communication, very easy ways of transport compared to what was there in existence 2 or 3 decades. That will be a significant shift once artificial intelligence makes its entry into the various sectors. And there I think that USA is still far ahead of most countries, probably except China, which is fast catching up. Other countries have a lot of catching up to do. So in those cutting edge areas, I still believe that USA is still ahead of the pack.
So there is cutting edge technologies, AI, and the kind of flexing of muscles, all gelling together to ensure that Pax Americana is here to stay for some more time at least.
Yes, I'm specifically on the issue of the global trade and the global dominance. But the role of a global policeman is something which they have willingly abdicated. Their role in the global bodies is something they have thrown away. I sincerely hope that at least some of it gets reinstated.
Do you think that they have burned a little finger in Gulf, in Hormuz?
Yes, definitely. Definitely. They have been burning their fingers. You look at Vietnam, you look at Afghanistan, you look at Iraq. They have been burning their fingers all these years and not learning from it. Honestly, one thought that Trump was smart when he said that I will not take USA to a sort of wars. But unfortunately, that hasn't happened. So that has been part of American design, which is what prompts people to say that they also support their war industry.
Okay, then we'll have to come to the soft power. We were discussing about the hard power until now. It's time we think about communities, we think about cultures, we think about soft power, and we think India with Buddhism, with Ayurveda, with the yoga, with the millets, with Sanskrit. Do you think, Mr. Jacobs, Dr. Jacobs, that soft power can make a difference at least to a certain extent? We have been having an overuse of hard power, military power, techno power. Is it time the spirituality comes into the spectrum? Is it time the traditional, conventional core competencies of a people, of a nation, of a region comes into the spectrum?
I think the only question is the length of time. I have no doubt about the answer, and I agree with what you said, your premise. I think if you see what's happened, during the colonial period, it was nations competing with each other, the colonial powers, and the rest of the world being conquered by it. There was no global strategy. There was each nation expanding for itself. After the after World War II, there was an attempt to build a global structure of stability, but the only thing it could do is divide into these two halves, each one imposing domination on its own members, suppressing, conforming, the other selling a philosophy of capitalism, free markets. But what happened when Russia subsided, it's not just the political figure, it's the mentality of America I am American. But the mentality of power in America is unmitigated freedom for greater wealth accumulation. And that means a China or anybody else would be a threat to those powers. Trump is not an individual. He was placed there by people who decided we don't want more immigrants, which is contrary to the whole philosophy of it, thinking that we're no longer a multi-religious company, we're going to be a Christian country, which it never was from its very beginning. We've had everybody there. So the philosophy of individualism cannot maintain itself for any length of time as the sole leader of the world, because it's leading its interest in itself. It solidified Europe in order to fortify itself.
Yeah.
It solidified Europe in order to fortify itself against communism. Now, when communism has disappeared, the idea is we don't need to be supporting and guaranteeing Europe. Our threat is China. So neither is viable in the long run. My quick answer to your question in this context is, I think India has the potential and the greatest potential of being a leader, not to dominate over others, but to unify others. China is not going to unify others because they're using authority on their own people. America wants the freedom to compete against others.
So there are alternate models that can be suggested from India's
I would
example.
even say it more explicitly. In 1909, when Sri Aurobindo was released from Alipur jail after a year of isolated confinement and a trial for his life, he went out and in his first speech at Uttarpara, he talked about India as the country that has a cultural philosophy, he called it Sanatana Dharma, which is not a philosophy, it's not a religion, it's not a religious philosophy, it's not a nationalist philosophy, it's a philosophy that can unify the commonality of all people, regardless of the religion, the culture, the ethnics, the race, and everything. And that was what he saw as the destiny of India, that doesn't try to be one thing. India's got the greatest heterogeneity of mix in language, in religion, in race, and everything. And that's what the world wants now. Because no country wants to go back to being part of. How can you rely on America in the future with the American dollar? I agree. The dollar may be dominant for another 20 or 30 years, but at any time it can be used to dominate. Who would want to I wouldn't want to put my money there knowing that it could be, they have forfeit that. The nation has to have the message that we're in this for everybody. And we want the human security of everybody, not the domination of one nation over the other. I don't see any other country that has the possibility, the prospect
very
of
much
doing that.
I see an Orwellian in what you say, because kind of coexistence, the kind of give and take, the kind of freshness in nation of nations, India. Dr. Thanraj, let me come to the thing before we open the discussion to the floor. Let me come to you. Leadership. Narendra Modi, 56-inch or not. Narendra Modi as a person, now very tight-lipped regarding the changes happening elsewhere, not making so many statements. Are we headed in the right direction? And my specific question to you, are we relishing our role now? Are we adhering, India, Are we adhering to the policy of strategic autonomy, playing a waiting game to make benefit, let them all finish off each other, fight themselves to doom, and India will be laughing all the way to the winning podium under Modi's leadership, under futuristic leadership as well. I'm not talking about BJP, I'm not talking about Modi per se, the government of India led by Narendra Damodar Das Modi. What's your take on it? Are we on right track?
I think we could have done a little better. I give some examples and insights. One is, I think after Narendra Das Modi came to Prime Ministership, we improved our relationship with the Gulf Cooperation Council members, all the 6 countries. GCC, I think, I don't know how many times Prime Minister visited, and we also have a free trade agreement with Oman, UAE, strategic engagements are there. When these developments are occurring in this area, in this region, I believe we could have silently, because this is what I said in my first round, it's not easy.
We are operating very silently, without making much of a noise.
That's right, but even in the silence, while we keeping our silence, I think we could have done a little more better.
Shall we say strategic silence?
See, we don't want to offend President Trump. That's a very obvious factor. Because first thing is, oil comes from 85% of oil comes from GCC, and we don't want any disruption in that. And we don't want any sanction also, because we were buying oil from Russia, even while Ukraine-Russia war was going on, we were buying oil. And I remember some of the strategic discourse in Delhi while we were attending, our European friends were used to ask, what's the morality, India buying oil from Russia? And our answer to some of our European counterparts was, this is something that affects 1 billion people in the country. The moment your fuel price escalates, probably another 10 million people get into poverty overnight. And who will be responsible for that? And then, given the political, economic climate of the country, it is very difficult for the government to defend that. So, moralistic argument is one side, the practical side is on the other side. This time also, my understanding is that 1 month was relaxed for buying oil from Russia. Now again, there is a relaxation, if I'm not wrong.
Many people ask, Dr. Thanaraj, do we need America's permission to buy oil from Russia? What is sovereignty all about?
No. It's not about Americans' permission. It's not, sanction is not related to your price escalate. It's also about
secondary sanction only.
No, many stakeholders are there. Your logistic companies are, shipping liners are there, many other trade bodies are there. Their cost will increase. We have seen in the last many months, whenever sanctions are imposed, it's not directly impacting you, indirectly impacting many others, and finally you are spending more money to buy the oil. So it's not about direct consequence, it could be consequential decision if government follows that. Second, I think we are chairing BRICS now. And I'll also, I don't know how many in this audience actually remember Code now. Some of us worked on Code for so many years.
We have been
and the reason,
Dr. Thanaraj, we have been talking about Quad. Nobody talks much about Quad anymore. We are not talking about I2, U2, India. IMEC, India, Middle East Economic Corridor, India, Europe Economic Corridor through the Middle East. So IMEC nobody talks about. We are not even talking about, the Silk Route. We are not seeing Silk Route as a threat. So we have been gearing up for something, but the world took a different turn. Have we lost the bus?
This year we are chairing BRICS. So I believe we could have taken a little bold, better positioning or bold stand in terms of convening some meetings. I don't want to use the term mediation because it's used and abused, and I don't know when we say mediation whether you are mediating or facilitating.
Have we lost a golden chance to mediate Iran, America? Pakistan took a cue. Many believe that Pakistan has pounced upon an opportunity.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. I think
But
it's
we are-
better.
we are- we
It's
claim-
better to keep away from this table.
we claim that we are pretty close to Gulf countries, very, very close to United States, Israel, and also Iran. Which other country is sitting that pretty? Is it?
No, I think we could have convened we could have convened a meeting of, for example, Japan, South Korea president was here 2 days back. So probably similar forces, in the region, we could have convened at the leadership level or at least at the foreign ministers level. Mr. Jaishankar could have convened a meeting with Japan foreign minister, South Korean foreign minister, probably even including China. Why not?
Why did we press for a G20 then? We could have pressed for a G20 summit.
No, I don't think anybody bothers about G20 now.
No, it was a G20 regimen. Until last year, it was a G20 regimen. Nobody was talking anything else other than
and
G20.
even
no talk about G20 anymore.
No, even preparing for BRICS, I know, because G20, we all know, because G20 was a celebration in India. Every nook and corner, we had some events happening related to G20. In the same line, I think MEA had planned for BRICS this year. They had set up a division, and there is a Sherpa. We don't know the Sherpa, but there is a Sherpa in ministry. But then things changed, and they wanted to do similar. They wanted to approach BRICS in the same way they had approached G20. But things are not happening now. So now we even don't know what way BRICS are going to meet. Is it going to be? I remember in 2020 during COVID time, the Shanghai meeting was online. So whether we are going to have and there is a reason also. If Mr. President Putin and President Xi is not coming to Delhi, I don't find any meaning for BRICS dialogue. So we are actually balancing all these things. It's a very ruptured world.
Yeah, so we have a sort of consensus here. So the world is very, very fragmented. Although Americans appear to rule the roost, it's a fragmented world. It is anybody's game now. And it's time we need to tread India as a nation, need to tread very cautiously. There's nothing fundamentally wrong in what India is doing. The kind of silence is very eloquent at times. So therefore, we would like to ideally hear from the audience about the reset. Is it a myth, the reset? Or is it for real? Are we talking about a real change in world order happening? So I can give some examples about the determining years, defining years. 1945, the World War came to an end. 1990, the Cold War came to an end. 2000, maybe 8, the global recession, the global meltdown occurred. And it's 2025-26, the defining time, a new world order in the offing. We would ideally like to hear from you. Is it a time for a reset? Is it an engineered reset, automatic reset, or a natural process, culmination of a natural process, or what? Please, we can take 3 or 4 questions, and you can decide to whom you're expecting answers from. Please. Do we have a codeless mic? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. We've been talking a lot about America, China, Korea, bipolar system, unipolar system, the world wars, but we talk very less about India. I personally feel that there are already indications that India is going to play a major role within the next 3 to 5 years in resetting the whole world order. Advances made in the field of diplomacy, GDP growth, expanding the economic boundaries, all there are indications. And I'm not talking about BJP or Narendra Modi. He still has 3 to 4 years of time left. But I'm very, very sure that India will play a very, very noteworthy role in resetting the order. Forget about the brokerage that has been done by Pakistan. It's a very mediocre thing. And India, as you rightly said, it is keeping silent. And there is volumes that speak in that silence. Especially I would like to know from Dr. Gary Jacobs, what role the next 3 to 5 years India will be able to play in resetting the whole new world order.
Okay, Dr. Jacobs.
Will it be make India great again?
Professor Raman Nair, thank you for the question. It's a very difficult question to answer because in the short term of 3 to 5 years, these processes can take much longer to work out. When in my comment, I suggested I'm not prophesizing what's going to happen in the next 3 to 5 years any more than I prophesied that Trump would be elected or the first time or the second time. So I think in the short term, what we see now is still accelerated turbulence. For I think that the world will be much more receptive to an initiative by India that's not taking sides, but is concerned with everybody who's not on a side. Right now, China is looking for itself and threatening even its neighbors. It's not something you'd want to rely on. America is not a reliable partner now, though I think a majority of Americans might like to be, but they don't have all the power, no matter on all. I think for the right thing for India now is to take that position that identifies what it did with when Nehru and Nasser and Tito forged the original voice of the third world. It's not as a third world, it's as a united world now. Even Europe feels it's no longer the dominant power. It's looking to, what we see uniquely now is more countries looking to affiliate Canada, forging relations with Japan or Korea. This unprecedented being right next. I think what we see now is nobody has faith in the existing structure and wants to rely on it. And something that is really in the interest of all, that's what I was trying to suggest. I think India, that would be the voice which gains the most progress. Whether it can do that in 3 years or 5 years or 15 years, 15 years is a very short time in global evolution.
So good. Dr. Gary Jacobs is very bullish on India in the long term. India may make a difference, being a trendsetter or a paradigm shift kind of a nation, a catalyst for change. Possible. You can't rule it out. But gone are the days of non-alignment. Now we talk high about global south. To what extent we can be the voice of the global south is a billion-dollar question. Okay, questions please.
Thanks to all of you for this very interesting discussion, and I'm open to hearing from all 4 of you on this question. We find Indians or people of Indian origin in leadership positions everywhere, all over the world. In fact, there was a time when we had them leading UK, European Union, partly in the US and so on. So, and of course, Silicon Valley, you hear Indian names all the time. What is it that individuals do reach these highest positions in the world, and how do we translate it into India actually collectively reaching there? What should we do so that this individual accomplishment also translates into a collective accomplishment for all of us? We somehow seem to, it sometimes happens in the Indian cricket team, each player is very good, but somehow we lose the match. So as individuals, we are leading. How do we convert this individual accomplishments into a collective one?
Good. Who would be answering? Who would be responding to it?
Oh, okay.
Dr. Raghavan? No.
Okay, okay.
Dr. Raghavan, please.
I was about to refute your statement that about Indians not winning cricket matches. Nowadays we win. I would only say one point, that the Indian diaspora has been making a huge difference in our foreign policy matters during the last 2 decades. It has become much more prominent under the present dispensation led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But even before that, Indian diaspora has been contributing substantially to Indian interests. Basically in USA, because that's the only country, probably followed by UK and a bit in the EU, plus our leadership in many other countries, Fiji, Mauritius and all that, where Indian origin persons went to the top persons. But when it comes to politics, there's a difference. Even if it's a person of Indian origin, his first thing would be to show to the world that he is not biased towards India. That's a political reality that you have to understand. But that apart, the diaspora per se, when you look at the success stories in the Silicon Valley or at the top management portions, or even at the middle level, you find that they all contributed actively towards the India success story. I remember distinctly some instances during the discussions on the civil nuclear deal, when there were a lot of objections from many senators about India being given a special status. Indian diaspora had worked actively. So on specific issues, when it comes to it, the diaspora stands together. But right now, we may not be having such issues on that, where you need the active and involved support of the diaspora. But more than that, they stand as symbols for what ordinary Indians can achieve. All the people who are reached the top have come from ordinary background, not particularly privileged, but they have come up to the dint of sheer hard work and by going up the steps in a organized manner. So that is a real inspiration that Indians should take. If Indra Nui could reach there, or someone else could reach a top position, why can't I do it? And that is a real motivation for the
That's a big time Indian story. We have Sundar Pichai there in the global scenario. We have J.D. Vance's wife, person of Indian origin, a British Prime Minister, or person of Indian origin, maybe from Africa, Indian origin, whatever it be, because the largest diaspora is Indian. World over, we are a bit higher in terms of number than the Chinese diaspora. But what kind of influence the Indian diaspora is capable of wielding, especially in making the decision-making apparatus move, especially, are we as powerful as the Jewish lobby in the United States? Not really. But still, we are a factor. We are the citizens of Indian origin in the United States is certainly seen as a vote bank. But beyond a vote bank, what kind of influence that we can wield in the major decision-making machineries is certainly worth pondering upon. Other questions, please.
Before asking the question, I would like to thank Dr. Gary Jacobs for invoking the Sanatana Dharma philosophy, which many of us are actually refraining to say in the public, actually. Even in Tamil Nadu also, we might have heard all those things. Thanks for invoking that. And my question is to the chair himself, actually, sir. Okay, MAGA, Making America Great Again. Whatever Trump has done after assuming the second term, whatever decision he has taken by his bullying nature has turned into a disruptive nature, right from the tariff. Okay, that has made, I think what has happened now is 166 billion is the tariff reimbursement he has to make, because the Supreme Court himself, they have made it as unconstitutional, the tariff what he has imposed. And whatever he has done after that, including the West Asia crisis, what we all are getting affected. So even he couldn't, whatever decision he has taken has gone in a negative manner or in this thing. Can he make America great again, or at least can he restore the credibility what he has given to the public during his before assuming office. Okay, so whether he can bring back that glory back again before he leaving the office after 5 years from now.
Do you really want America's glory to be back? Have they ever been that glorious? Is a different question altogether. Well, my take is this. Trump is a three-dimensional personality. At times he talks like a reality show person. There are other times he talks pakka business as a businessman. And he was a rank outsider in political fraternity. He barged into the Republican fold uninvited. So I am repeating, barged into the Republican Party. Got himself elected with the primary and then the final. Given that scenario, Trump was testing waters in the first stint, 2016 to 20. But this time, I said he is no longer a lame duck president. But he can be, come November 2026, the election to Senate and House of Representatives might not be very sweet to Trump. So he can be clipped, his wings can be clipped. So, but again, coming back to MAGA. MAGA captured general attention. But MAGA was as much a negative campaign as it is having positive overtures. What is the negative thing about it? When you say, make America great again, the question unasked is at whose expense will America be made great again? That answer the American system wouldn't give, and Trump's team wouldn't give. And Trump was thinking about, your loss is my gain. Europe's loss through trade is my gain. India's loss is our gain. This is the philosophy. It can cut ice for some time. You can fool some people sometime, but not everybody. So therefore, basically there was no inherent merit in the MAGA argument. Who jumped onto the MAGA bandwagon? The white Americans who were not very successful. Of course, there were successful businessmen who reluctantly came. Most of the big wigs threw their weight behind Kamala Harris this time. Hillary Clinton earlier. We were thinking that Republican Party would be getting the backing of consortiums and the global industrial tycoons. Not really. But this time, Trump is now facing a kind of dilemma. See, he doesn't know. I honestly feel that he doesn't know what he really wants. Tariff, he couldn't make America great again through tariff. He burned his fingers, all fingers burned. But now, he is gone into a quagmire in Iran. See, there is a saying, a wise rabbit finds an exit route before it enters a burrow. He has entered not just a burrow, deep into the bowels of earth, he has entered already. No land was started, but everything is in the offing. But this is where is he heading America to? So Americans, fortunately, United States is a democracy. They have a system of checks and balances, a glorious federalism, they can correct themselves. Had it been China or Russia under Putin, or China under Xi Jinping, or North Korea under Kim Jong-un, wielding power of this magnitude, what would have been the fate of the world is a question to ponder upon. So my take is, Trump is a confused person. He can only start a war, he can only start a process, but he is unable to bring it to a logical conclusion. An American system will set everything right. It might take some time. Before that, the damage would have been already done and the reset would have taken place without the proper reckoning of United States of America. An inevitable reset is certainly happening. That is my take on it. Yes, sir. Shall we call it a day? So any question to Dr. Thanraj? Any one person? Anything at all? If not, we'll stop. Okay, very fine. It has been a very, very absorbing kind of a session. I think it's a serious matter. But no type of fun and frolic here for this kind of a topic, certainly. But it was a very, very distinguished panel and lovely audience. People who are the choicest ones in Ernakulam are all here. And once again, the 10th episode and the grand finale. And this is the celebration time. And thank you very much for the cultural extravaganza organized by GIIMS. Very good. We are all feeling very proud of the way GIIMS is taking it forward. And a big thank you to the GIIMS fraternity and wishing everyone all the very best. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for the inspiring and insightful discussion. Let's take a moment to honor the individuals who have shared their expertise with us. I invite Mr. S.S. Rajat, Chief Executive Officer of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies, to do the honors. I invite Mr. S.S. Rajat to kindly hand over the memento to Dr. Gary Jacobs as a gesture of our gratitude. Dr. Gary Jacobs, sir, please come forward and accept a token of gratitude. May I request Mr. S.S. Rajat to present the memento to Dr. D. Dhanuraj for his valuable contribution to today's discussion. Sir, to hand over a token of appreciation to Dr. K.N. Raghavan for his meaningful contribution to today's panel discussion. I now request Mr. S.S. Rajat to present the memento to Dr. Mohan Varghese for sharing his expertise with us. I request all the panelists to just come forward for a group photo session. I invite Ms. Rini George, Director of GIIMS, to join us. Thank you all our dear esteemed panelists. Just a brief update. Dinner is now open. You may proceed at your convenience. Dinner is open. You may proceed at your convenience. after some serious discussion, are you ready for some cultural events? Are you ready? Okay. So let me hear it loud and proud. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. So here goes the dance performance by the GIIMS staff. Okay, give it up for the staff of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies.
प्रणवालय पाहि परिपालय परमेशी कमलालय श्रीदेवी कुरिपिंचवे करुणाम्बुरासी धीं तारा धीं धीं तारा जटुलतो
मेरे मन ये बता दे तू किस ओर चला है तू, क्या पाया नहीं तूने, क्या ढूंढ रहा है तू। जो है अनकही जो है अनसुनी वो बात क्या है बता। मितवा कहे धड़कने तुझसे क्या, मितवा ये खुद से तो ना तो छुपा।
कच्ची कली साडा मासूम चेहरा, नीयत नु
शरारत सिखावा जदों नैना लड़ावा
ढोलीड़ा ढोलीड़ा शेरवानी सैयरुए हिचलई गरबे कुमो ढोलीड़ा ना ढोल बाजा धम 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 धमकड़ा ढोलीड़ा 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 धम धम धमक बजे गज गज रे ढोल पे हवा ढोलीड़ा धम धमक बजे ढोलीड़ा धम धमक बजे
Give a huge round of applause for the staffs of GIIMS. They have truly set the bar high. So are you ready, my dear students? Now it's your turn, right? Why no response? Are you ready? Okay. So on that note, next we have our instrumental performance, melodies brought to life through music by Power Batch. So sit back, relax and enjoy the rhythm.
have spent my whole life. Frightened of things that could happen. Might happen, might not happen.
Check, check.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone. I am Chandan Chetri, and I am accompanied by my friend Joel Joseph, who is on the keyboard. So we have a great show lined up for you. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy. Okay? We'll be performing 2 songs. Yeah.
मैं शायद तेरी दिल की दुआ हूँ हाँ तुझको जो पाया रहा तू जीना आया जब ये लम्हा ठहर जाए थम जाए बस आए हम दोनों की दरमिया तुझको
यादों में मेरी बसर है अब तुझे भी जाना किधर है जहाँ रहे तू मैं वो जहाँ हूँ जिसे जिए तू मैं वो समा हूँ राहों पे तेरी मैं तो चला हूँ तू मेरी मंजिल है तेरे कदमों पे बस रुकने लगा हूँ हाँ तुझको जो पाया वहाँ तू जीना आया अब ये लम्हा ठहर जाए थम जाए बस आए हम दोनों की दरमिया तुझको जो पाया वहाँ तू जीना आया अब ये लम्हा ठहर जाए थम जाए बस आए हम दोनों की दरमिया हंसता रहता हूँ तुझसे मिलकर क्यों आजकल बदले बदले हैं तेरे तेवर क्यों आजकल आंखें मेरी हर जगह ढूंढे तुझे बेवजह ये मैं हूँ या कोई और है मेरी तरह कैसे हुआ तू इतना जरूरी कैसे हुआ तू इतना जरूरी कैसे हुआ मैं बारिश की बोली समझता नहीं था हवाओं से मैं यूं उलझता नहीं था सीने में दिल भी कहाँ थी मुझे ये खबर कहीं पे हो रातें कहीं पे सवेरे आवारगी कहीं साथ मेरे ठहर जा ये कहती ये तेरी नजर क्या हाल हो गया है ये मेरा आंखें मेरी हर जगह ढूंढे तुझे बेवजह ये मैं हूँ या कोई और है मेरी तरह Thank you.
That was absolutely beautiful. What a soulful performance. Let's give a huge round of applause for them. Next, get ready to feel the force because the next performance is a dance performance by Force MBA batch. Give it up for Force MBA.
ராப்பகலா அழுதாச்சு கண்ணு ரெண்டு ஆடி போச்சு 40 நாள் விடிஞ்சாச்சு துரும்பின எழுச்சாச்சு ஆசனோ யாராதயா மசங்குவி கசங்குதையா கை பிடிக்க நீயும் மாயா ஏ வீரா கண்ணு குழி குழி காஞ்சு கிடக்குது மாயா ஏ வீரா நெஞ்சு வலி வலி கொஞ்சம் மறைஞ்சு போகட்டும் மாயா ஏ வீரா கண்ணு குழி குழி காஞ்சு கிடக்குது மாயா நீ மாயா மயில் தோகை மேலே மழையை போலவே
சில்ல சஞ்சாரி உன்னை எனக்கு நீ தாட்டி அதான் கணக்கு பூமேட்டா உர மண்ணக்க கட்டி கடி ஆத்தாட்டி என்ன மின்னுக்கு ஆமாட்டி எல்லாம் எனக்கு நீ கூட்டி வாசம் கூட்டுக்க ஒத்துக்கடி கொடி நக்கலை வச்சுன்னு தவிலாட்டுக்க பவழ மல்லிய கட்டிக்கவா பவழ மல்லிய கட்டிக்கவா நான் பவழ மல்லிய கட்டிக்க நெஞ்ச கத்தினமான கட்டிக்கிட்டு வாச புள்ளைய வச்சுக்கவா வாச புள்ளைய வச்சுக்கவா அடிய ராணி ரெண்டா காமத்தல கட்டுற ஜோடி அப்பக்கா கிராக்கா வெத்தத்தை விட்டு வாடி என்ன நீ கூட விட்டு இருக்கலாடி நடலா உன்ன ஒட்டி நடப்பேடி ஒத்திக்க வச்சா ஒத்திக்க 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 வச்சா ஒத்திக்க 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 வச்சா ஒத்திக்க ஒத்திக்க ஆடியம்மா ஒத்திக்க வச்சா ஒத்திக்க ஒத்திக்க அது வச்சா என்ன கட்டிக்கா சித்தப்பு சிக்கன
മരത്തിലെ കാറ്റിൻ കൊഞ്ചതോ പെണ്ണേ നീ കണ്ണെ താമരെ കാതിൻ തേന്മഴേ കണ്ടം കുട്ടടി ഊഞ്ചോലേ പാടം പൂത്തതറിഞ്ഞോടി പൂവരമിൽ പാടി കന്നി മറന്നേ നാടൻ കാറ്റ് വിതച്ചോടും ഞാറ്റിറമ്പിൽ കൂടാം കാട്ടുവരിമ്പേ താനകർ 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 താതിരുന്നോ താനകർ 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 താതിരുന്നോ കക്കാമലയിലെ കക്കാമരത്തിലെ കാറ്റിൻ കൊഞ്ചതോ പെണ്ണേ നീ കണ്ണെ താമരെ കാതിൽ തേന്മഴേ കണ്ടം കൊട്ടടി പൂഞ്ചോലേ
That was truly, tell me, how was it? It was a gracious and captivating performance by Force MBA. Let's give them a huge round of applause. From dance to melody, now let's witness a solo musical performance by Sangeet, Force MBA student.
कि अब कुछ होश नहीं है तो मुझको पिला देगी क्या मैं पी कर जो भी कहूँगा तो सब बुला देगी क्या तो बाहों में रख ले 2 पल फिर चाहे दूर हटा दे मैं गोद में रख लूँ अगर सर मुझको सुला देगी क्या चाहते नहीं तेरी याद कसम से कि दिल का भरम है तू बाकी नहीं अब कोई शर्म जाना एक धर्म है तू जो कहती थी मत पियो ना मैं जान जहर है ये उसे देख कहे कोई पैर जो है अब और जहर क्या पियो तरारारारारा 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 കാലം അറിവുകളാലേ അലിവുകളാലേ പൂമഴ പോലെ മണ്ണിൽ നീലനിലാവിൻ പൊന്നലയാലേ നാലലയങ്ങൾ കാലം അറിവുകളാലേ അലിവുകളാലേ പൂമഴ പോലെ മണ്ണിൽ നീലനിലാവിൻ പൊന്നലയാലേ നാലലയങ്ങൾ വരദായകമായി സ്വരസാഗരമായി ജതിമോചവുമായി പുതുജീവനുമായി നീഴൽ പോലെ അഴലാലേ വെയിൽ നീളേ പദയാത്ര നീഴൽ പോലെ അഴലാലേ വെയിൽ നീളേ പദയാത്ര
Sangeet, your voice truly lit up the stage. Let's give a huge round of applause for Sangeet. So next, are you all ready for the final performance of the day? It's a power-packed dance performance by our Power Batch students.
मनवा लागे ओ मनवा लागे लागे रे सावरे लागे रे सावरे लिपि रहो जिया का जिया का जिया का ये गाँव रे मनवा लागे ओ मनवा लागे लागे रे सावरे लागे रे सावरे लिखेला मैंने जिया का जिया का जिया का है दावरे
मुसाफिर हूँ मैं दूर का, दीवाना हूँ मैं धूप का, मुझे ना भाए ना भाए ना भाए छावरे।
ഉദിച്ച ചന്ദ്രന്റെ ചന്തമായി ഞാൻ അറിഞ്ഞ പൊന്നല്ലേ കണ്ണല്ലേ നിനക്കു വെണ്ണിലാവ് പാൽക്കുടങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു തന്നില്ലേ തന്നില്ലേ ഉദിച്ച ചന്ദ്രന്റെ ചന്തമായി ഞാൻ അറിഞ്ഞ പൊന്നല്ലേ കണ്ണല്ലേ നിനക്കു വെണ്ണിലാവ് പാൽക്കുടങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു താരകങ്ങൾ കണ്ണുവച്ച പാരിജാതമല്ലേ താഴെ എന്റെ കൂടെ നഞ്ഞ പഞ്ചവർണ്ണമല്ലേ തങ്കമെന്റെ കൺകവർണ്ണ പുണ്യം നീ എനിക്ക് മുത്താരം മുത്തല്ലേ
सलाम सलाम बिन मोहम्मद सलाम सलाम या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह दिदी जासिम करे अन मुबारक सलाम सलाम या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह
പതിനാലാം രാവിന്റെ പിറ പോലെ വന്നല്ലോ പനിനീരിൻ കണവത്ത് കുടമുല്ല പുതല്ലോ മണിമുത്തും പൊന്നിന്റെ ഉടവാടും ഉണ്ടല്ലോ മരുഭൂവിൽ നിന്നല്ലോ സുൽത്താനം വന്നല്ലോ മുല്ലപ്പൂവിന്റെ വെള്ള പഞ്ഞി കുപ്പായം വെള്ളി ചെല്ല കിണ്ണത്തിൽ മിന്നും പൊന്നിൻ നാണ്യങ്ങൾ മുല്ലപ്പൂവിന്റെ വെള്ള പഞ്ഞി കുപ്പായം വെള്ളി ചെല്ല കിണ്ണത്തിൽ മിന്നും പൊന്നിൻ നാണ്യങ്ങൾ
दिदी सलाम सलाम बिन मोहम्मद सलाम सलाम या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह या अल्लाह
ഒരു മധുരത്തിനാവിൻ ലഹരിയിലെങ്ങോ കുടമുല്ലപ്പൂ വിരിഞ്ഞു അതിലായിരം ആശകളാൽ ഒരു പൊൻവല നെയ്യും തേൻ വണ്ടു ഞാൻ അലരേ തേൻ വണ്ടു ഞാൻ ഒരു മധുരത്തിനാവിൻ ലഹരിയിലെങ്ങോ കുടമുല്ലപ്പൂ വിരിഞ്ഞു അതിലായിരം ആശകളാൽ ഒരു പൊൻവല നെയ്യും തേൻ വണ്ടു ഞാൻ അലരേ തേൻ വണ്ടു ഞാൻ
Thank you. மாமதுரை அண்ணக்கோடி அம்மகினி அண்ணரெடி மருத மெச்சும் அண்ணக்கோடி அம்மகினி நல்ல குத்து அடி மாமதுரை அண்ணக்கோடி அம்மகினி அண்ணரெடி மருத மெச்சும் அண்ணக்கோடி அம்மகினி நல்ல குத்து அடி
Who says logisticians can only manage supply chain? They can light up the stage too. Give it up for the power packed performance by Power Batch. Relax, okay? With that, we come to the end of our cultural segment. Hope you all enjoyed. You enjoyed? Okay. So next, I invite Ms. Haripriya Umadevan, Dean and Head of the Department of GIIMS, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. What a wonderful way to celebrate 11 years of GIIMS, not just as a milestone, but as a journey shaped by people, ideas, and vision. At the center of this journey is our management team, Mr. S.S. Srijit, Mr. Matthew Abraham, and Mr. Tom Jose. The space you create where people are trusted, ideas are encouraged, freedom is real, makes all the difference. That culture is what we experience throughout today. Guiding this vision further is our chairman, Dr. Gary Jacobs. Sir, your thoughts don't just inform us, they challenge us to think bigger, and that has truly inspiring. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank Ms. Janani Ramanathan. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your unwavering support from the inception stage of GIIMS. Thank you so much. Today's session added so much of depth to the celebration, the conversation on AI in future education with Dr. Gary Jacobs, Mr. Sijo Lewis, and Ms. Janani Ramanathan, guided beautifully by Ms. Geetu Shivakumar, gave us a glimpse of what lies ahead. The heartfelt thanks to all the panelists. The discussion on the next global reset led by Dr. Mohan Varghese, along with Dr. Gary Jacobs, Dr. K.N. Raghavan, and Mr. D. Dhanraj reminded us how quickly the world is changing and how important it is to stay prepared. Thanks to all the panelists. A quiet but a strong pillar behind all this coordination, I would like to thank our director, Ms. Rini George. Thank you for your constant support and steady guidance. Our appreciation also goes to the CMI team. A special thanks to Ms. Shweta Rangan, Associate Director and Dean of CMI. Thank you, Shweta, for being the part of our celebration and holding everything together so effortlessly today. Our anchor, Ms. Shilpa Gopinathan, Associate HOD of GIIMS. Your energy and flow kept the entire program alive and engaging. Every successful event has a strong team behind it. Our guest faculty members, senior faculty members, and all the staff members, media partners, Azizia Convention staff member, your effort may not always be seen, but it has always been felt. To our students, you did not just perform, you brought life into this celebration. And to everyone present here, this would have not been the same without you all. This wasn't just a celebration of the past 11 years. It felt like a preview of everything GIIMS is about to become. This is not just an ending, but the beginning of greater achievements ahead. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am, for your heartfelt concluding remarks. What a journey it has been today, celebrating 11 years of excellence of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies. A day of ideas, learning, and light. Voices together, shining bright. 11 years of GIIMS we share, a journey of excellence beyond compare. Thank you all for being a part of this grand celebration of 11th anniversary celebration of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies. Let's rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I kindly request all the dignitaries, staff, students to please come forward for a group photo. Let's capture and seal this beautiful day. I repeat, I kindly request all the dignitaries, staff, and students to please come forward. Let's have a group photo session. Please line up for a quick photo session. request everyone to join us for dinner, accompanied by an exciting live band performance by Navneet Anil. We request everyone to join us for dinner, accompanied by an exciting live band performance by Mr. Navneet Anil. Thank you.
न तेरे बिना लगदा जी तू की जाने प्यार मेरा मैं करूं इंतज़ार तेरा तू दिल तू यो जान मेरी जान मेरी जान मेरी മനസ്സഞ്ചിരാതലം മഴകൾ തുടർന്നു ഓരോ മൗനങ്ങളും കുളിരോർമ്മത്തുങ്കിരനായി തുടരുന്നൊരേ ലൈലാകമേ ചൂടുമോ വിടുവാങ്ങോ രാത്രി ആകാശമേ നീ പെയ്യുമോ ഇന്നിതാ ഒരു മഴവില്ലിങ്ങനെയാമനം പോ തൂവൽ കവിളിൽ മായാരണ്യം നിന്നിടവഴിയിൽ നിന്നോമ കാക്കണം സ്വരജതിയിൽ ഈ മൗനം ആചാരം സാന്ധ്യരാഗങ്ങളേറ്റു പാടുന്നു വേറും മാലം സാക്ഷിയായി വാവുകേകുന്നു ശാപേകങ്ങളും പവിഴമായ നീ പെയ്യുമോ ഇന്നിവളെ നീ മൂടുമോ വെൺകണിമതി മണിലെ മലരുടെ അഴകിലെ നാളങ്ങള് എൻ കരളിൽ മധുവിലെ താരകങ്ങളെ കാണുവാൻ കാത്തു വിങ്ങിപ്പിടയാതെ നീ വെറുതെ വെറുതെ ഈ നൊമ്പരമിതോ വെറുതെ രാവിൽ പുലരാനാ പൂവിനാമോ എന്നും വിടരാനാ എഴുതാപ്പുറങ്ങളിൽ പഴിവാക്കൊരായിരം തിരയരുതേ നിൻ കരളിതളോ മൃദുലം തരളം തുടരൂ ഒന്നുടെ തുടങ്ങാമിനെ എണ്ണിത്തെ പിടിക്കാമിനെ ചുളിവുകളേറെ ഭംഗി പകരും അനുഭവഗാഥ ഛായമെഴുതും ഉലയാത്ത തേജസ്സിൻ്റെ മുഖമേ ഈ മണ്ണിനെതിയാണ് നീ Hello, good evening everyone. Myself Navneet and I'm from Thrissur. So I'm a guitarist and singer and I mainly focus on and I'm currently on a mission to bring back these kind of live sessions. So this is just the beginning. So you can follow on my Instagram and my handle goes like navv.live. Okay, yeah, my ID is the same. Okay, so it would be really happy if you all follow me and support. Okay, so and I'm really happy to be here and I hope you all sing along. ഒഴുകി ഒഴുകി ഞാൻ എന്നും ഒരു പുഴയാൻ ആരാധിക്കേ നാട്ടിൽ പുഴുന്നിൽ തിരയൂ നിന്റെ വഴി അവിടെയും തട്ടി ഇവിടെയും തട്ടി ഒരു പൂങ്കൊമ്പിൽ ചേക്കേറി മധുരം തുങ്ങിയ മഴവിൽ പാതയിൽ തുടരൂ നിന്റെ ഗതി രാവ് പകരോരോ നേരത്തും ഓർമ്മയുടെ ഓടം നീണ്ടിട്ടും ഓടിയറിവാരോ വന്നില്ലേ മിഴിയൊന്ന് തിളങ്ങില്ലേ പുലരാൻ നേരം ജനവാദിക്കൽ പുതുതായെത്തും കിഴിചൊല്ലി അറിയാ നാട്ടിൽ പൊഴിയും മണ്ണിൽ തിരയൂ നിന്റെ വഴി അവിടെയും തട്ടി ഇവിടെയും തട്ടി ഒരു പൂങ്കൊമ്പിൽ ചേക്കേറി മധുരം തുങ്ങിയ മഴവിൽ പാതയിൽ തുടരൂ നിന്റെ ഗതി രാവ് പകരോരോ നേരത്തും ഓർമ്മയുടെ ഓളം നീണ്ടിട്ടും ഓടിയറിവാരോ വന്നില്ലേ മിഴിയൊന്ന് തിളങ്ങിയില്ലേ. So this is the last song I want everyone to sing together. ആരും കാണാതൊന്നും ആരോടും ചെല്ലാതെ കണ്ണാൽ കണ്ണാൽ തമ്മിൽ മിണ്ടുന്നു നാം ഞാനും നീയും തേടും നാളെത്തും വൈകാതെ ചായം തൂകും തമ്മിൽ വെല്ലേ വെല്ലേ നിന്നാളും കാണാനായി നിൻ കോപം പാടാനായി എന്നാലും നിഴലായി കടലിടാമേ ജീവന് നിന്നോരും മാറാതെന്നും മാറാതെ കാണാക്കുയിലേ കാണാക്കുയിലേ കണ്ണാടി തീരം നിറയെ കനവ് തരൂ കാണാക്കുയിലേ കാണാക്കുയിലേ നീ നോരം ചിരിയായി എന്നെ തേടൂ ഓ ഓ ഓ मैं रंग शरबतों का तुम मीठे घाट का पानी मैं रंग शरबतों का तुम मीठे घाट का पानी मुझे खुद में खोल दे तो मेरा यार बात बन जानी रंग शरबतों का तुम मीठे घाट का पानी
ലൈവ്